The Prince William County School Board is now returning to open session from closed session. There are no closed session action items. We're going to move to adoption of the closed session consent agenda. That'll be 7.01.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Wilk.
I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the closed session consent agenda as recommended, appointments and releases of specific employees, request to rescind religious exemption from compulsory attendance, RE 1723.
Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Ralston,
I second.
any discussion? Please vote. I'm gonna wait.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Moving on to the closed session certification of motions in order.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Wilk.
I move that pursuant to Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3712, the closed session of the Prince William County School Board meeting of January 16, 2019 be certified by adopting the following resolution. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Prince William County Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard and discussed or considered by the school board.
Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Williams.
second.
Discussion? Please vote. While we're waiting for the vote, we're going to move to 9, presentation positively PWCS. The school year we are kicking off the business of our meetings. Feel free to answer, tell me the vote, Debbie, as I'm going on. This school year we are kicking off the business of our meetings with a response to community requests to hear more about the good things that our school students and staff members are accomplishing. We are working with the schools and our communications team to spotlight a few of the good news items at these meetings and elsewhere with the term positively PWCS. Tonight's presentation comes from the Neabsco district and will be introduced by Miss Diane Ralston. Miss Ralston.
The vote for the closed session certification was 8 yes, unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been so impressed with how the Boys and Girls Club has been so wonderful for our children and our schools. If you didn't realize that there is 3 Boys and Girls Clubs within Prince William County, and they do great things. They don't just babysit your children, they do an actual education program. Tonight it is my pleasure to introduce Nadia Peterson, Senior Director of Operation for the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Washington, who will share a little bit about the club. She'll be able to tell you more than I can. Where is she? Oh, there you are. I'm sorry, there you are. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity, Ms. Ralston, to speak in front of everyone today. And you're absolutely correct. We aren't just a babysitting service. What we strive to do is we're not reinventing the wheel. A lot of the stuff that the schools are already doing, we try to incorporate into our programming. It makes it simpler for you guys, and it also helps our young people move on to their next educational and career goals. So we do we emphasize on the STEAM and the STEM programs. We partner with our local organizations such as Lockheed Martin and do robotics camp during the summertime as well. We also have wonderful gardening programs that have our kids grow the actual vegetables and then move it into our kitchen areas and to teach them to actually grow healthy snacks and make their own food as well. A lot of the partnerships that we currently have with the schools, we have 2 of our Hilton branch, which is located in Dale City, is actually going into the schools and running our Healthy Habits program and running our sports program. Believe it or not, our membership for the entire year is $50. We of course are a nonprofit, so we have to fundraise other ways, but generally any general membership that comes in is just $50 for the entire year. We also do a lot of homework help. We have a lot of volunteers. I know a couple teachers volunteer at our Heiser branch as well. So we're always looking for volunteers from teachers as well. I know I'm on a time limit, so I think I'm getting there, so I'm going to wrap it up. I do ask the board to definitely keep us in mind for transportation needs. I think we could definitely service a lot more kids if we were actual bus stops for these locations. Thank you so much for your time.
Don't sit down.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Peterson, for the presentation, and I'll see you at the meeting. Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Next, we'll move on to the public hearing for boundaries. I declare, so this is kind of cool, I get to declare. I declare that a public hearing is now open on the subject of elementary school attendance area modifications that result from the opening of the Prince William Parkway Elementary School for the 2019-20 school year and the construction of classroom additions at Springwoods, Minnieville, Antietam, and Lake Ridge Elementary Schools. Any citizen who has signed up to speak on this matter may do so at this time. After citizens of, okay, there being no other citizens, okay. Okay, we're going to start first with, what I'll do is I'll call 10 names, and you can come up to the front. And we have, wait, am I good? Rebecca Relihan, Eloise Relihan, Colin Relihan, Robert Buckley, Miriam Higginbotham, Kathy Balfons, Megan McCourt, Tony Borreo, Leanne Wazorek, and Elizabeth Francisco. We'll go with Rebecca Relihan first.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Rebecca Relihan, and you've seen me speak already. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for your hard work in creating these new plans this past week. I know that job could not possibly be easy. And I also want to say thank you for listening to parents' concerns and trying to incorporate our concerns and wants into the new plans. First, I'd like to say I'm against Plan 3A. That's the plan that moves 17 current and 20 projected Old Bridge Estates kids out of Old Bridge Estate or out of Springwoods Elementary and into Lake Ridge Elementary. It's a very small percentage of our neighborhood, just 17 out of 222 kids. And we're also would be the only children in that school to then go to Woodbridge Middle rather than Lake Ridge Middle. I would like to say that based on the plans I've seen posted on the portal, I support Lily Jesse's Occoquan plan. I'm okay with Plan 2A, but again, I feel for Westridge being divided in that one. So I think that the school board members who should primarily be making this decision, while I know you all have a vote tonight, but Ms. Jessie, Ms. Williams, Ms. Ralston, since these are the schools that are in your districts, I really feel that they should be the board members who are listened to during this process. And then I know when 2 weeks ago, a lot of people brought up the transparency of this process. My one concern is that the plans were just posted last night. I know there are families at Old Bridge Elementary who have been, in a stable position this whole time, and now all of a sudden last night they're finding out that they're going to be moved. I wouldn't mind seeing this process delayed. I know you guys have a lot on your agendas, but not everybody has had a chance to see the portal. Maybe people didn't check email, but it's not really given people a chance to comment on the new plan that was posted on the portal. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you again for all your hard work.
Eloise? Eloise Relly?
Eloise is homesick, so my husband and her will not be speaking.
Okay, so then we'll go to Robert Buckley.
My name is Robert L. Buckley, and I am the representative of the Colby Sturbridge neighborhood in the Rockledge Advisory Council. I am in favor of the Jesse Williams Ralston plan. I believe the neighborhood I represent, the Sturbridge Colby neighborhood, was one of the original neighborhoods of the Rockledge Elementary family. And we've been in that school for over 40 years. We were one of the original members, and we are a very diverse neighborhood. Many families move into the neighborhood in order to go to the Rockledge School. I've served on the advisory board for the last 3 years, and I've been a member of the Rockledge family for the last 7 years. And I'm hoping to serve another 5 years as a volunteer at Rockledge. The school is an excellent learning place, and I found that this whole process has been not as transparent as it should be. There's been postings late at night. One posting was on a Saturday night at 11 o'clock. Last night it happened at 6 o'clock. There's been unilateral motions. I was very disturbed after last week's working session that our neighborhood was cut out from staying with Rockledge. Nobody's explained to me why we started out with over 500 Rockledge students being moved to different schools. Then it was down to 300. Now it's down to 150 children. Miss Williams, Miss Jessie, and Miss Ralston has put our children first. And we can't accept being bused over 2 measly trailers. I congratulate Miss Ralston, Miss Williams, and Miss Jessie for putting the children first and the numbers later. I'm very unhappy with the decision of the people who work in this glass palace. And I like to remind the chairman that he's got 1 year as chairman, and you got to answer to the voters.
Miriam Higginbotham.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to stand in support of the draft Plan 1 developed by school board members Jessie, Ralston, and Williams. This plan places as first priority the children of Prince William County by keeping the displacement of students to a minimum. The boundary revision process has been done hastily over the holidays and has taken a blunt axe at current school boundaries to the possible detriment of our students. Ms. Jessie and Ms. Ralston took time to meet with our communities and listen to our concerns that we had over the possible displacement of our children from their current school. Displacement not only disrupts our children's current learning environment, it also disrupts valuable communities of support, such as the PTO and parent volunteers. I strongly support Ms. Williams' statement at the work session board meeting that students shouldn't have to bear the consequences of frequent and jarring displacement to accommodate the short-term vision of the school board when it comes to planning for overcrowding. The school board needs to take a long-term view of the projected numbers of students in Prince William County and plan for the facilities needed to accommodate them. Until the school board adopts a more long-term perspective, I cannot support juggling students between schools as if they were pawns on a chessboard. All for the sake of fulfilling campaign promises on overcrowding. My daughter is currently a 5th grader in a trailer. And while I understand the reasons for working to reduce the number of trailers in the county, this goal should not take precedence over the students' needs for consistency and predictability in their education. I would much rather my children be taught in a trailer than disrupt their stable learning environment. And for these reasons, I ask the board to support the Jesse Ralston Williams Draft Plan 1. Thank you.
Kathy Balfons.
Good evening. The rezoning of 16 schools is a massive undertaking, and I believe I speak for many when I say I feel like it would be okay if we slow this down just a little bit. If we must move forward on such a large-scale plan, I support the Draft 1 plan by Jesse Ralston and Williams. In their work session last week, I heard Ms. Williams note that she had been out knocking on doors speaking to her constituents. I also have heard Mrs. Jesse and Ms. Ralston mention that they have been meeting with their communities and driving on the roads at busy times to try to understand their constituents' concerns. I also heard in the work session last week, board members mentioned that they ran on the platform of reducing trailers. My 5th grade daughter is in a trailer, and I have no problem with that. Our school has planned well for this. We have low class sizes, and the trailers do not bother me, as I have heard many parents say they don't bother them. Our concerns expand beyond numbers and look at the long-term plans for the district, as well as the positive effects of consistency and predictability for our children. Again, I stand in support of Draft 1 by Mrs. Jesse, Ms. Ralston, and Ms. Williams.
Megan McCourt.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. First, let me say that drawing new boundary lines for 16 elementary schools at one time is a massive undertaking, to say the least, and I don't envy your task. However, this is part of the job you chose to be elected for. I'm here tonight in support of the Jesse Ralston Williams Draft 1 plan. There has been some confusion the last few days with the release of the revised plan from the working session and who on the board supports which plan. To me, it appears that many of you are mainly focused on numbers and trailers. Throughout the entire boundary process starting back last year, I haven't heard one parent say they'd prefer their child to change schools and be pulled from their community and their friends in order to have them not be educated in a trailer. I'd like to thank Mrs. Jesse, Ms. Ralston, and Mrs. Williams for listening compassionately to the concerns of their constituents and in turn developing a thoughtful plan that effectively reduces school overcrowding while also moving as few children as possible. As members of the joint committee between county supervisors and the school board who are working in concert to reduce trailers in Prince William County, Mrs. Jesse and Ms. Williams are both aware of future capital improvement plans for some of the schools, and their plan clearly seeks to minimize the disruption of switching school communities multiple times over the coming years for certain populations of students. Though their plan may not alleviate all overcrowding at certain schools, it's because they know in another few years, those schools will be making physical improvements to accommodate the current student population. I urge you to vote tonight in support of Mrs. Jesse, Ms. Ralston, and Ms. Williams' Boundary Plan Draft 1. They have spent countless hours meeting with parents, talking to principals, and driving our roads to come up with a plan that best meets everyone's needs. If the board moves forward to vote for a plan that either wasn't presented to the public before tonight or that doesn't support the groundwork of both the Boundary Committee and the affected district board members, then we will endeavor to find out why the process wasn't transparent and seek to understand the true motives behind unvetted plans. There's no point in having a Boundary Committee and multiple public hearings if the final plan isn't made available to the public made available for public scrutiny. At this point, all we hope for is an honest discharge of your duties. In the past few days, there appears to be a flurry of activity that the public has not been fully made aware of, which has created a sense of lack of transparency. Thank you for your time.
Tony Barreo.
Good evening. My name is Paloma Barrio, and I have a second grader and a first grader at Penn Elementary. I am here tonight to support the Draft 1 plan created by members Jesse, Ralston, and Williams. Mrs. Jesse and Ralston have done what they were elected to do. They represent their communities. They took time to meet with us, to talk to principals, to drive through neighborhoods, to read and to respond to our emails. In short, they have listened to what we believe is the best solution for our children and created a plan that disrupts the lives of the least amount of children at a critical time in their education and their growth. I want to sincerely thank them, and Mr. Jesse as well, for all their hard work and their dedication. Their plan focuses on students, not on numbers and statistics. The Jesse Ralston Williams plan focuses on the long-term success of the students, not on the short-term reduction of trailers. A reduction that the board is aware will be further positively affected by future capital improvements for some schools affected by this current rezoning. From attending last week's working session, it seems that some board members are focused on optics and percentages rather than people and communities. I would like to echo what has been stated in emails, petitions, and public meetings. Trailers are not an issue. We have not heard of one parent that has stated that they would forego the consistency of their kids' education for a shiny new classroom at a different school. For these reasons, I again urge the members of the board to vote tonight in support of the Jesse Ralston Williams plan. Thank you.
Leanne Wazorek.
Good evening. I'd like to thank you for all your time and consideration. I really cannot say anything better than the few women who came before me. So I will just reiterate that I, too, support the Jesse Ralston Williams Draft 1 plan. I hope that you will all give strong consideration to their plan as it best serves their communities. Thank you so much.
Elizabeth Francisco.
How are y'all doing? My name is Elizabeth Francisco. I live in the Somerset condos of Westridge. I would like to start by thanking Dr. Lateef, Ms. Jesse, Ms. Williams, and Ms. Ralston for taking the time and consideration when drafting up the new maps last week that each keep Westridge together. It is incredibly rewarding to finally be heard. I would especially like to thank Ms. Jesse and Ms. Williams that spoke so passionately on our behalf at the work session. Thank you for being open-minded, for listening and seeing that we are more than a number, and seeing that things aren't always so black and white. I'm sure most of you have already made your decision on how you will vote tonight, but I ask you to please hear us out, to listen to what we have been trying to say, and to consider the shades of gray. I have been to all but one of the meetings regarding the boundary changes, and I have never heard anyone mention their concern with the number of trailers at their schools. I have consistently heard one thing from each person. They were concerned about their community, whether it be their school community or their neighborhood community like Westridge. Community is defined as a group of people living in the same place or having a particular characteristic in common. But community is more palpable than that. It's people that are there to offer support and guidance when it's needed, our friends, our families, and our neighbors. I know there is some concern with trailers with some of the board members. All of the proposed plans tonight keep trailers in the schools, and with Plan 2A, 3, and 3A, they may reduce significantly, but they will also be placing a Band-Aid on a bigger problem. Those plans, our county is growing quicker than our schools. By selecting one of the drafts presented at the workshop, you will also reduce the trailer count, but you will also be keeping our communities together. Westridge has been consistent all along with what we would like to see. We would like to see our communities stay together and have all of Westridge attend the same elementary school. So I ask that you reject proposals 2A, 3, and 3A. And please consider the Jesse, Ralston, and Williams plan, Draft 1, that will reduce the number of trailers but will keep Westridge and other communities largely intact. Thank you.
Aurora Hurtado. Oh, yeah, okay. You know what? I'll call up the next 10 to come sit up front. Thank you, Ms. Williams. Aurora Hurtado, Rachel Freeman, Aurora Hurtado, Richard Jesse, Rick Gill, Tom Burrell, Keisha Smith, Rashana Daniels Atkinson, Brian Legaspi, and Patricia Ferrara. And Aurora Hurtado.
Okay. Good evening. My address is with the clerk, and I'm here to speak in favor of the school board plan that resulted from the collaboration between Ms. Jessie, Ms. Williams, and Ms. Ralston. Not just because it favors my community and children, but because the board must accept responsibility for this unprecedented redistricting. The school board members whose districts are impacted must lead these decisions and take responsibility for these boundaries. The Occoquan District community didn't elect the boundary planning committee members. We didn't hire the civil servants doing this job. We elected Ms. Jessie. Plan 3 was mired in controversy. Plan 3 was mired in controversy and last-minute adjustments. People were laughed at for proposing out-of-the-box ideas. Others leaked early details so lobbying could occur without public impact. Planning office personnel compelled themselves to adjust planning zones without repercussions. The public did not have an opportunity to provide feedback before it was presented to you. So the only viable plan is the plan created by our school board representatives. Please don't put out a plan and call it the compromise plan if there's no compromise. Don't put out a plan that disregards the input provided by Ms. Jessie, Ms. Williams, and Ms. Ralston. Dr. Latif, we did not elect Dr. Waltz. You should be abiding by the input provided by our school representatives, not by an appointed bureaucrat. Policy 264 and Regulation 264-2 are not enough or appropriate for this situation because this process is unprecedented. The regulation says there should be a maximum of 15 people on the boundary committee, and there were 16 schools affected. I guess the regulation serves well in smaller efforts when a school can have more than one representative. But in this case, one person cannot speak for more than 745 families in one school. Policy 264 states that school boundaries for each school are established by the school board based on the need to provide for instructional effectiveness, health, safety, and welfare of all students. I believe Ms. Jessie, Ms. Williams, and Ms. Ralston have done that by collaboration with the community in a plan that they have put forward and is apparently not on the table to be voted on today. It may create a sad impression of misogyny that the plan created by the three women that we elected to represent us is being pushed away. It may be tempting to go for an election year soundbite such as full elimination of trailers or reduce overcrowding, but you should remember that all the public feedback was geared towards community and stability, not trailers.
Thank you, Ms. Hurtado.
A common sense approach to reduce trailers while taking into account community needs and priorities is far better than full elimination of trailers that negatively impacts our students. Good night.
Rachel Freeman.
My name is Rachel Freeman. I failed to introduce myself last time, and I just went into talking, so I want to do that. I have sent multiple emails to all of you in regards to my neighborhood of Bridgepoint. Currently, I have 2 elementary school children at Old Bridge Elementary. I have wrote and spoken multiple times at your school board for the last couple years. Right now, it's about Old Bridge Elementary. I've been to both boundary meetings. I've been to the school board meetings, and I was at the working session. I have observed a problem in this boundary process first done by our school division. I have watched a fractured school board bicker amongst themselves. I'm asking all of you today to set aside your differences, come together, and do what's best for our children.
Richard Jesse.
Good evening, Dr. Latif, Dr. Watts, a member of the board. My name is Richard Jesse. My address is on file. Of course, I support the Jesse Ralston Williams plan. I'd just like to give a few facts on the plan. The Parkway School under our plan will be at 75% instead of 106. Antietam will be at 80%. Lake Ridge will be at 78%. Occoquan will still remain at 130, although there's some debate about those numbers. Rockledge will be at 118, but we are hoping that in the CIP that some of these things will be moved forward and people can be moved. Springwoods will remain at 71%, will be 71%. Westridge will be at 95%, and Old Bridge will be at 87%. So there's only, of our 7 schools, old schools, there are only 2 schools that are over, and those are Occoquan and Rockledge. And we do believe that, first of all, there's ways to deal with that, and building and moving the CIP up for the Occoquan school and building it large enough that can accommodate the students there. The other thing I'd like to point out is this, what happened. I remember when we got notified that there were going to be 3 additions to our school system: Antietam, Springwoods, and Lake Ridge. The principals learned about it in the newspaper. My wife learned about it from the principals and called to say what the heck is going on. What's happened, you have 3 schools, one right after another, and they are on pipe-stem roads. The only way you can get out of those communities, for the most case, is to come back down to Old Bridge. There is only one cross-section road in those 3 things, and that's Cotton Mill. So everybody has to come back out to Old Bridge to get to someplace else. What I'm saying here is that when we built the 3 additions, there was no community input. There was no participation with the principals. There was no participation. It was a decision made. And my wife supported the decision. But we need to have more community input. We need, in the process for this boundary, the board members need to meet with principals who have been told not to talk to them. And we need to have more input. Thank you.
Rick Gill.
Good evening. My name is Rick Gill. I have a 8-year-old daughter who goes to Old Bridge Elementary School. So I'm going to come up saying that there's a lot of popularity about all sorts of draft that they prefer. But our community is the most impacted at this point, even though people are favoring draft 1, but it impacts us. How? I'm going to tell you this. While other communities had more time to come together and discuss boundary issues, our community got few hours to come together. When we heard news that there is a plan to move our community to Antietam, we checked the boundary portal under how could this affect you. It constantly showed our community will remain in Old Bridge Elementary School. We left feedback on the site, sent a message to PWS clerk, and emailed our school representative to verify whether the news is true. We did not receive any response. On Jan 15th, which is yesterday, at around 3 p.m., the boundary portal under how could this affect you was updated to show that under school board work sessions, our community is being considered for Antietam. You are scheduled to vote on this plan without providing accessible information that is pertinent to us. You made a last-minute change and will vote on this today without any input. Are we supposed to accept whatever plan you come with? The new boundary proposal made obvious choice of housing size and property values. The new plan shows larger properties in Valleywood Drive gets to stay on the Old Bridge Elementary School, and the smaller houses in the Valleywood Drive are being considered for Antietam. That is income and housing discrimination. We are right next to the Old Bridge Elementary School. It is part of our community. We are walking distance and walk on plenty of times, regular basis. And you are asking us to, you are putting, with your new plan, you're putting our children at a risk by making them cross a 45 miles major road. You're making decisions based on students' socioeconomic status without regard for their safety, and that is wrong. What made you decide to move our community to Antietam? What are the factors? Because right now, it doesn't make sense to move a community which is right next to Old Bridge Elementary School rather than go to Antietam. Thank you.
Tom Burrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom Burrell, and I'm president of the Westridge Board of Trustees. Ms. Jessie, Ms. Williams, Ms. Ralston, thank you very much for putting together what we believe is a very thoughtful plan, and we support it wholeheartedly. You know, with the flexibility given to principals on how they use their trailers, you've invalidated that as a pure metric for why you're changing boundaries. We believe that the plan put forward by Ms. Jessie, Ms. Williams, and Ms. Ralston takes the community into consideration, and more importantly, takes into consideration our children. And therefore, I ask you to pass the Jessie, Williams, Ralston plan. Thank you.
Keisha Smith.
Hi, my name is Keisha Herbin Smith, and I live in the Westridge community. My address is on file with the clerk. I am mom to a second grader at Westridge Elementary School, and yes, I am the designer of the t-shirts. Throughout this entire process, the Westridge community has banded together to keep our neighborhood students at Westridge Elementary School. We have attended the boundary community meetings, the board meetings, met with individual board members, emailed, all with the same message. Keep our Westridge community together at our neighborhood school. We are disappointed in all three of the proposed plans that the Boundary Committee created. Plans 2A, 3, and 3A all divide our community. From the beginning, we felt that we did not have a voice on the committee. The Westridge rep did not live in our community and did not have and has never had a child at Westridge Elementary School. The plans that the committee presented to us proved us right. Thankfully, the school board heard our cry, had an open work session, and devised plans that took our concerns into consideration. Thank you. Mrs. Jessie, thank you. Throughout this process, you have guided and supported us. Members of the school board, please vote for the plan that Mrs. Jessie endorses. The majority of the schools are in her district, and she has heard and addressed the concerns of her constituents. I personally encourage you to vote for the Jessie Ralston Williams Draft 1 plan. In the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, the time is always right to do the right thing. Thank you.
Rashonda Daniels Atkinson.
Good evening. I want to say, first of all, thank you for this opportunity to be able to speak on behalf of myself and the community that I represent. I am here to support Draft 1 with the caveat that the neighborhoods assigned to a different school be returned to Antietam, and I'll explain why. First of all, I want to say thank you to the board members who worked to create this plan. It seemed as after I looked over everything that it was the most fair, most equitable in terms of keeping students in their schools. And I would otherwise my neighborhood would have been divided between two schools. So I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. I also want to thank Ms. Satterwhite for listening to my concerns about the inequities existent in decisions about which neighborhoods to be moved, which in the previous plans were overwhelmingly represented by townhomes, which is where I live. I have lived in this community since 2012, and unlike a lot of people who come in and out, I have had the benefit of seeing different school issues play out over time. I remember the redistricting process for another school that occurred. I remember when we were initially told about the additions being added to my home school, which is Antietam Elementary. We were asking questions about reducing class size and how this would impact people coming in. Initially, we thought that it would be either the 3 additions or the new school, which at that time there was issues trying to find land for the school. But lo and behold, we have both. So when they started redistricting the other school with anticipation for this to be built, I remember watching in horror as neighborhoods were split based on who was present and who wasn't. My question was, why wasn't I there to protest? Well, our family was a single family income. I had young children, and there was a lot of people in my community that are in similar situations, or they have dual incomes where they can't afford the luxury to stand in this place tonight. So I stand in support of those who I know who are working at night and can't make this drive. I asked to advocate for Plan 1 with the caveat of those neighborhoods being re-added, because out of all the schools that were added to, only Antietam is losing students to another school. We will welcome and receive anyone who comes into our doors, but that talking about school culture, readiness to learn, and being willing to maintain stability, I feel that those children shouldn't have to bear the brunt of poor decisions made by overdevelopment and improper planning on other sides of the board. And then interestingly enough, these kids are also in townhome communities largely. So again, I would just ask that you consider that as you vote tonight. Thank you for this time.
Brian Legaspi.
Good evening. My name is Brian Legaspi, and I'm from Cricket Lane. I'm in favor of the Draft 1 plan. The reason I'm in favor of that is because it affects the fewest number of children considering the circumstances with the rezoning. But if there's another plan that doesn't impact anyone, then I'm in favor of that. So thank you for the board who worked on the Draft 1 plan. I have 2 kids that attend Old Bridge Elementary. My son's in kindergarten, and I have a daughter in 4th grade. The reason my wife and I are so passionate about this is because my son has special needs, and I know Ms. Lily Jesse understands it when she had mentioned her understanding of special needs in the last meeting. At Old Bridge Elementary, he's made tremendous progress, and my wife and I are very happy about that. We would like him to, from what I understand, from what the teachers and specialists have told us, he strives in areas or environments where it's consistency and structure, and moving him to a different school with different people would affect him in a negative way in his progress. And there's a lot of children in his class, so I also feel for them if they were put in a different situation. My wife and I worked extremely hard to get him those services, and we're greatly concerned that our efforts will be wasted due to the boundary changes. Lastly, my daughter is kind of stressed about that. She usually doesn't get stressed, but she did mention that she didn't want to be taken away from her friends, as a lot of the parents had mentioned here. So I just wanted to say thank you to the board for your time, especially Ms. Jessie. I don't know how you found the time, but she found time to answer my wife's questions, my questions, and addressed our concerns. So thank you very much for that. So I just want to say, please remember, it's about the kids, and so whatever is less impactful to everyone, and especially the kids, we're all for that. And thank you.
Patricia Ferrara.
Good evening. I'm Patty Ferrara, and I am coming from a different perspective. I am a parent, but much older, my children. I'm a veteran teacher of Occoquan, and I've been in Prince William County for 34 years. And I must say that I've been at Occoquan for at least 14 years. And I have to say that is where my heart is. I'm going to speak from the heart. I have some things to say, but basically, as a teacher, I am saying that our community, we have built such a wonderful community with our students and our families and our staff. We just feel that it would just disrupt everything if we lost any of our children. We don't want to lose any of them. They all mean the world to us. I have to say they have helped us get, we have worked very hard in getting to be accredited to the National Title I First Elementary School in Prince William County, and that was a greatest feat, and that was with our, with everyone working, the staff, the students, and our families. Having Saturday school, which I developed a long time ago, and I've developed it again here at Occoquan. Many teachers gave up their time, and just many commitments every Saturday from February to really beginning of May, and we plan to do it again. So I just feel that I am in favor of the Jesse and Ralston and Williams draft one. I appreciate all the parents speaking up. I must say it certainly has enlightened me as a teacher, and I just know that we want to continue our mission at Occoquan with every single student and parent. Thank you.
Margaret,
Occoquan needs a new school. That will help us. Occoquan needs a new school, and we have the land. And we have the land.
Margaret Bannock. Oh, I'll call the next 10. Margaret Bannock, or Banach, Suzanne DeForest, Amanda Fink, Lisa Terry, Patrick Hawker, Wendy Haddock, Marcos Bosanegra, Delana McBride, Will Macbeth, Sarah Trevino. First will be Margaret Bannock.
Good evening. I'm from Occoquan Elementary School. Roy Disney said, "It's not hard to make decisions when you know what your values are." Boundary changes are contentious. This can be a good thing in terms of students and family acknowledging their loyalty to their school. It's an incredible, important ingredient forming a relationship with students and families, a continuous relationship where we can support them and help our students achieve their greatest potential. Our students are the driving force behind our work ethic, and I would like to say that we show rock-hard determination, detailed planning, and effective execution as we help our students achieve their highest level of performance. And I want to describe the relationship between the students and the children at our school. It's an incredibly strong bond. A perfect example would be third grade. Today, I entered Miss Singleton's class. Please open the door and join me. You won't be disrupting the teaching because all of the students' eyes and ears are focused on Miss Singleton and her instruction. Their eyes dart between her and the smartboard as she reviews fractions with common denominators. Students dialogue with each other, practice their tasks together, and then begin to work independently. Ms. Singleton carefully monitors their progress, provides immediate feedback and encouragement. You are observing a master teacher at work. May I recommend that instead of removing students from Occoquan, you send us more students so they too will have the opportunity to learn from an expert teacher. At Occoquan, there are many doors you may open where you will observe the highest quality of instruction. For our sports fans, this message is dedicated to you. Why would you change a winning playbook? In cards, ask yourself, why would you change a winning hand? We ask that you do not interfere with our stellar success. We acknowledge that rezoning school boundaries requires movement. Please minimize the number of schools and students being adversely affected. Leave Occoquan Elementary School unchanged. Let us continue our mission.
Thank you, Ms.
We
Bannock.
support the Jesse Ralston Williams Draft 1.
Suzanne DeForest.
Good evening, members of the school board and staff. My name is Suzanne DeForest, and my information is on record with the clerk. I'm here to speak on behalf of Westridge Elementary and the community. Since the very first meeting regarding this rezoning of 16 Prince William County schools, our position has never changed. Our concerns were to keep the physical boundaries of Westridge community together at Westridge Elementary School, to prevent an isolating and unique middle school progression for the children proposed to move in the 3 committee proposals, 2A, 3, and 3A, and to prevent the removal of our students to be replaced by other students from outside of our community. We have spoken at every meeting, respected the boundary process, emailed our representatives, and spoken with many of you in person. Thank you for your time and effort that you have dedicated toward this enormous task. Recognizing that plans 2A, 3, and 3A do not meet the concerns of the communities and the children involved, I especially want to thank you for the working meeting last Thursday night and the plans that were presented that evening. They are the first plans over all these weeks that validate our community and other communities' concerns. Thank you, Ms. Jessie, Ms. Ralston, and Mrs. Williams for presenting your plan, Draft 1, and to all the board members for allowing the public to hear your ideas and your discussion. I ask you to vote for a plan that keeps all of Westridge together and meets the concerns of Ms. Lily, Ms. Williams, I'm sorry, Ms. Jessie, Ms. Williams, Ms. Ralston, as their districts are the schools involved in this process. Lily Ralston Williams Draft 1 listens to the concerns of the public and puts students first. Please take these considerations when you cast your vote tonight. Thank you.
Amanda Fink.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Fink, and my address is on file with the clerk. I live in the Occoquan district, and I have a child who attends Westridge Elementary School. Over the last couple of months, our group of parents from Westridge have used the appropriate channels and processes to voice our concerns about the boundary changes to the school board members, the boundary committee, and the Prince William County school staff. I would like to thank the board members who have either met with our group, Mrs. Jessie, Mrs. Satterwhite, Mr. Deutsch, and all the others who have listened to our concerns via email or in person at the previous board meetings. We appreciated seeing the board come together to recognize that the 3 proposed plans by the Boundary Committee did not address the concerns of the community. We very much appreciate that the board took action to come up with new plans at the work session that would encompass both the needs of the school system and the needs of the children and families it serves. With that being said, we are opposed to plans 2A, 3, and 3A. We respectfully ask that you vote for the plan that keeps all of Westridge community together at Westridge Elementary School. We also recognize that this boundary change largely affects other parts of Mrs. Jessie's district, so we support whichever plan she thinks best meets the needs of her constituents and ask that Mrs. Jessie's considerations be taken into account as you vote tonight. We also wanted to say that we support that the Jessie Ralston Williams plan Draft 1. Thank you.
Lisa Terry.
Good evening. I have 2 children at Occoquan Elementary School, including a special needs child in the 4th grade and another child in the 2nd grade. I've written to all of you. I've also spoken here before. I'm here in support of School Board Work Session Draft 1, which will maintain Occoquan Elementary's current school boundaries and keep the children of the town of Occoquan in Occoquan Elementary School. I also wholeheartedly support moving up the timeline for the new school to be built at Occoquan Elementary School. Not only would this prevent the unnecessary displacement of students, both now and again 10 years from now, it would expand one of the highest performing schools in the district. Keeping Occoquan students at Occoquan Elementary School would also prevent unnecessary congestion on Old Bridge Road and allow families without transportation to still be able to participate in school events. At Occoquan Elementary, we are 4 tribes and 1 village. Our children are learning from an early age what it means to be part of a community, and communities and families stick together. In this day and age, we all know that family goes beyond the bonds of blood and that it takes a village to raise strong and confident young adults. Occoquan Elementary is part of the village that is doing just that. As you consider how you're going to vote, please keep in mind that you're affecting children's lives, not just numbers. There are special needs children to consider, children of men and women who serve this country, children who don't deserve to be uprooted just because of some poor planning in the past. Please do your duty and vote as a representative of your respective communities. These communities voted for you because they thought you would best represent their voice. And now is the time to pay attention to those voices. Thank you.
Patrick Hawker.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Hawker, and I'm the parent of 2 children who attend Rockledge Elementary School. During this process, from carrying it out over the holidays to the lack of transparency in how the occupancy numbers have been calculated, I've been very disappointed in some of the actions taken by this board and the boundary committee that was tasked with creating the initial proposals. As a resident of the Colby-Sturbridge neighborhood, which is a neighborhood along Colby Drive between Minnieville and Old Bridge Roads, and as a member of the Rockledge school community, it has been hard not to feel like we've been caught in the crosshairs during this process. Each plan that has been put forward by this committee and those placed on the portal by certain members of this board have required our school to take an unproportional cut in students and has moved our neighborhood into a different school zone. The plan set forward by the committee required a very large number of students, between 16 schools, to change schools next year. This is both an unnecessary burden on the schools, on the students and their families, as well as the school system, with issues ranging from transportation to staffing. All of the plans that have been made available to us through the portal would drastically cut the number of students at Rockledge and would result in the loss of programs that are beneficial to the students, including art and music. As to the concerns about our trailers, none of the 5 trailers that we currently have a main classroom. We would gladly see you take 3 trailers away with our current population. We in the Rockledge community fully support the plan put forward by members Jesse, Ralston, and Williams. This is the only plan that has not gutted the existing Rockledge community or moved the Colby-Sturbridge neighborhood to another school. On a personal note, I am a special needs parent. My daughter has been in the autism program for 3 years now at Rockledge and is doing very well. I have asked and have not been given an answer to this question. What plans did the Boundary Committee and this board create to address the needs and concerns of special needs families who are affected by this change? The only answer that I've been able to get is that the county would work with each family. As a special needs parent of a child who is likely to be affected by these changes, that is flatly unacceptable. I refuse to leave my children in limbo while this is sorted out on a case-by-case basis. I cannot even get an answer as to whether or not my children will attend the same school next year. I find it reprehensible that the members of this board and the Boundary Committee did not consider the needs of the most vulnerable students. Children with autism need structure and consistency. I need Isabella to remain in the program at Rockledge. I need her brother, who is 6 years old and is an advocate for her, to remain with her as well. The plan put forward by members Jesse, Ralston, and Williams will go a long way towards taking care of this group of students. I encourage all of you to strongly consider this plan that will keep the Rockledge community together. Thank you.
Wendy Haddock.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and school board members. Thank you for giving us, the residents of Prince William County, the opportunity to speak and for listening to our statements. My name is Wendy Haddock, and our address is on file with the clerk, and we have a 2nd grader at Old Bridge Elementary. My husband and I addressed you at the January 2nd meeting. He regrets not being able to attend, but he is acting as a parent volunteer at our daughter's religious education class tonight. I am advocating that our neighborhood on Cricket Lane and part of Cornice Place remain zoned for Old Bridge Elementary School. When I spoke to our neighbors regarding this issue of our neighborhood being rezoned, the phrase I heard repeatedly was, "That doesn't make any sense." I will give you a few specifics as to why it doesn't make any sense, and I will be using all my facts are coming from this graph that was made by the Prince William County staff that does the plan comparison, if you'd like to follow along. In every plan, those that keep us at Old Bridge Elementary and those that move us, the single trailer at OBE is eliminated. So there is no trailer issue at Old Bridge Elementary. No trailer issue, no reason to move us based on a trailer issue. Every plan that keeps us with Old Bridge Elementary, the percent utilization is at 87.9% on 2 of the plans and 87% on 3 of the plans. The other 2 plans that move us away actually have a higher percent utilization at 90%. So there is no overpopulation issue at Old Bridge Elementary. There is no overpopulation reason for moving our neighborhood. In fact, the 2 plans that move us have a higher percent utilization, which means it's closer to making it overpopulated. The final issue that the Prince William County staff was addressing was filling the classrooms that have already been built. The plans that move us to Lake Ridge Elementary have a percent utilization of Lake Ridge at 81.9% and 84.2%. The plans that keep us at Old Bridge Elementary have a percent utilization at Lake Ridge Elementary of 81.8% and 78.5%. Let me make it clearer. Plan 2A that keeps us zoned for Old Bridge Elementary has 81.8% utilization at Lake Ridge Elementary. Plan 3 that would move us to Lake Ridge Elementary has a utilization at Lake Ridge Elementary of 81.9%. That's a 0.1% difference, not a 1% difference, a 0.1% utilization difference. Why would you move children out of their current learning environment, a school they love, a school they are thriving and excelling in, for a 0.1% utilization difference? That doesn't make sense. I specifically want to thank Mrs. Jessie for all of her hard work listening to us, hearing us, and researching the neighborhoods. I feel awful that some people are going to have to move away from a school they love, but I must support the Jessie Ralston Williams Draft 1 plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcos Bocanegra.
Hello, my name is Marcos Bocanegra. My address is on file. My child is a 5th grader at Rockledge Elementary. He's not being affected. When I first got the email about this rezoning proposal, didn't pay attention to it. Doesn't affect me. Then I heard some of my fellow parents talking, and they were talking about a 70% population relocation. I'm like, that can't be right. No one would actually move 70% of an elementary school population to another school. So I went to the first meeting, and sure enough, that was the preliminary plan, that was their plan, moving 70%. Between that and the total lack of transparency in this process, I was hooked. I don't like bullies, so I became involved. So while I could sit here and speak for about 3 hours on nothing but the lack of transparency, I only got 2 minutes left. So I want to talk about one singular issue. During the last hearing and the workshop, I heard comments from members of the board about receiving complaints about the trailers. So I'm like, okay, well, I never heard a parent talking about that, so let's do a little bit of research. I researched on Rockledge, also Occoquan, because it's our sister school, and they don't have any records of that. So I'm like, okay, well, those are the off-the-cuff comments. I want data. I sent an email to the board asking for numbers on that. I got a 0 response. I went one step further. I asked for a request under Freedom of Information Act. Yesterday, I got an email back saying that I will have to put in a $200 deposit and probably end up paying a lot more for that information I should have really had. Well played. So, my first recommendation is for a delay. I understand that you guys don't want to do that, but this needs to be looked at closer. If that can't happen, then I would like to go with Ms. Jessie, Ms. Rolson, and Ms. Williams' plan. Thank you.
Delana McBride? Delana McBride? Will Macbeth?
Good evening, Chairman and members of the board. My name, as you said, is William Macbeth. I'm a parent of a second grader at Old Bridge Elementary School. I'm also a den leader of PAC 295, which is our Cub Scout organization that's chartered by Old Bridge United Methodist Church, but we draw heavily from Old Bridge Elementary School. As you know, Old Bridge does not actually have its own PAC. So when my son and the kids in my den, started hearing about the possibility of having to change schools, they're nervous. Their parents are nervous, and I think what we've heard overwhelmingly tonight is that the concern is not whether our students have to take a class in a trailer, but that they want to stay with their friends. They want to stay with the communities that are built both in the school and then those organizations that run through that school in those communities. And the initial plans really did not look at that holistically, and we were moving things around, and while at the abstract level reducing class sizes and reducing the number of trailers all seems well and good, and if you asked anyone at a high level whether they support it, I'm sure they would. But when we get down to the implementation and it's your child that moves, all of a sudden it becomes a different calculus. So I appreciate the time and attention that you are putting into this matter, and particularly that Ms. Jessie, Ms. Ralston, and Ms. Williams are, and listening to their constituents and their concerns, which is to keep our communities together. The plan that does that the best out of the plans that have been presented is the Jessie Ralston Williams Draft Plan 1. Thank you.
Sarah Trevino? So I guess yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
Okay. Hi, I'm Sarah Trevino. I'm a Rockledge parent, and I'm an educator. As part of my job as an educator is to be an advocate for all children. And that's what this whole process seems to be lacking, a focus on what is best for all children. I have asked for research from the board supporting the reduction of trailers, which really seems to be a big sticking point for you all. What research do you have to support that the reduction of trailers equals better success for our students? I have gotten no responses from any board members, and I've done my own research, and I also have not been able to find any research that says that drastically decreasing the number of trailers has a positive correlation to student success. What does have a positive correlation to student success is teachers and relationships, stability, and feelings of security. That's why I support the Jessie Williams Ralston plan, because it provides those things and access for our children to currently have that stability, the consistency, and the access to the high-quality education that they have been used to. Sorry. Other things that Prince William County may want to consider is upping the funding that you provide per pupil for the education of all children, as here in Prince William County, we fund the least amount in the not only Northern Virginia area, but the whole of the DC area per pupil. So maybe if we upped the amount of funding for our schools, we would be seeing a positive correlation to student success. I also wanted to talk about the trailers again for a minute, because I know you're all very concerned about the trailers at Rockledge. At Rockledge, there are 5 trailers on the school property. Only 2 of those trailers are actually being used to house children, and only for a period of time because it's just art and music. There are not any classes that are in there, and they're all day long. You have been working from faulty data. We saw that with what happened at Occoquan, and you're making massive decisions based upon information that may not be accurate. I want to leave you with a quote of an educator and a mentor of mine, which is, when you know better, you have to do better. We know that these plans are wrong, and the only one that does better for all of our children is the Jesse Ralston Williams plan.
So I'll call up the next group: Becky Yovich, Ryan Soma, Caitlin Sharp, Christine Saganor, Celinda Scott, Gabriel Pola, Gaurav Kananjan, Jennifer Tobin, and Palwasha Kakar. And actually, we'll do one more. Thomas Hendricks. How about that? Get 10. Sorry, Becky Yovich. Sorry.
Hi, good evening. Thank you all for hearing us tonight. I've emailed the board several times. I come from the Old Bridge Estates community, specifically in Plan 3A. My small chunk of 17 children was moved to Lake Ridge, which didn't abide with geographic progression or not splitting up small neighborhoods. So I appreciate that the board took the time to look at the plans, listen to the complaints, try to come up with some new drafts. What's not clear to me is what is on the table for a vote tonight. Like, there's 4 different plans in the portal, there's some in the supporting documents, there's some we've been emailed. Like, how are the parents in here supposed to know what is going to be affected? So I guess I would like to just specifically say I'm against Plan 3A. It doesn't abide with the criteria, as I said before. And if I had to choose one to support, I'd choose the Draft 1 plan by Jesse, Ralston, and Williams. It provides the least impact to the community, keeps the children with a consistency of education. It doesn't move students out of schools that are not already over capacity. I understand that as a board, you have to look at this from a county perspective, but I really urge you to listen to the 3 board members whose districts are most affected. Thank you.
Ryan Soma.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Ryan Soma. I'm a resident of the town of Occoquan, and I have 2 boys currently attending Occoquan Elementary School. I'm here to speak in favor of the Draft 1 Jesse Williams Ralston plan. My family, my neighbors, and I were very concerned about the previously proposed plans 2A, 3, and 3A. All 3 of these plans split up our neighborhood, created a transportation situation where we would need to drive into and out of another school district in order to get our children to school, and most disconcertingly, created a progression situation where our children would be taken away from their friends at Occoquan Elementary when the boundaries changed, and then be taken away from the friends they make at Rockledge Elementary when they progress to Fredlin Middle School with the Occoquan Elementary students. These negatives were not in keeping with Regulation 264-2. We were very relieved to find the school board work session draft plan online this morning. Occoquan Elementary is a top-performing school in a wonderfully diverse community. The Draft 1 work session boundaries keep our community whole and will make sure our school continues to perform optimally. We very much appreciate members of the school board's efforts at last week's work session to address our concerns. We encourage you to adopt the Jesse Williams Ralston boundary plan. Thank you all for your hard work and consideration. Thank you.
Caitlin Sharp.
Good evening, board members. My name is Caitlin Sharp. I am an Old Bridge Elementary parent to a 2nd grader, and I will have a kindergartner for the 2020-21 school year at Old Bridge. My son Nicholas, who's a second grader at Old Bridge Elementary, is also a member of PAC 295, Den 1. Community goes beyond learning, and it goes beyond your neighborhood. It's Girl Scouts, it's Cub Scouts, it's math clubs, chess clubs, robotics. Breaking up these successful programs at these schools not only serves as a disservice to those children, but the community at large. I'm also the vice president of the Twin Oaks Farm HOA. We're a unique neighborhood where we're 80% military connected, and Old Bridge has a grant from the DODEA that specifically supports our military connected students, not only providing resources to the school at large, but counseling to those military connected students. I have the luxury of having known about this since November. I've been carrying all these papers around and coordinating with my neighborhood since November. I can't imagine how the Oakwood neighborhood feels having been notified last night that they'd be moving from Old Bridge to Antietam. I support the Jesse Williams Ralston plan as it has the least aggregate effect on all of the elementary schools being redistricted. Thank you.
Christine Saganor.
Good evening, school board members. Thank you for your work on this issue. I know it's a difficult one, it's a big job, and also for your consideration this evening. I am here in support of the Antietam community. All of Antietam students should remain assigned to Antietam. Antietam is not over capacity under any proposed plan, even when bringing students over from other schools which are overcrowded. Antietam students have had to deal with the inconveniences of the new addition, the noise, the mess, the loss of their playground. Yet in all the proposed plans, at least 2 of Antietam's current neighborhoods are reassigned to a different school. It's cruel to have this construction in front of them and all of the discussion about new classrooms and upgrades to the outdoor spaces, only to tell some of the children that they don't belong there anymore. It's cruel to move kids if there is no safety issue or overcrowding issue at their school, their current school. Even Ms. Jessie, Ms. Ralston's plan, which I think is the best we've seen from anyone yet, so thank you for your efforts on that. I know that it was a difficult task, but even that plan still assigns, for example, PZ 277, which consists of Cromwell Court, Edgemore Court, Callaway, and Finnegan, to a different school when there are students who reside in that neighborhood who can and do walk to Antietam. It's a half-mile walk. And Antietam is at approximately 80% capacity under that specific plan, yet it's reassigning at least 2 of our neighborhoods to go to Lake Ridge Elementary. I've been repeatedly asking the school district and the school board for justification. I've heard no good reason throughout this entire process, no good reason, which justifies the reassignment of any of Antietam's students, any of them. And I don't consider filling seats in an undercapacity school to be a good reason to move my first grader to a different school. He is a child, not a seat filler. He and other children who are similarly situated, whether they be coming from Antietam or from Old Bridge or from any other school in this district, they should not shoulder the burden of the poor decisions that were made to put additions where they were not needed or not wanted. And Dr. Lateef, in the face of a viable alternative for Ms. Jessie and Ms. Ralston and Ms. Williams, he wants more students displaced than necessary. He wants them to be bused all over the place. And I have to say I'm extremely disappointed in your views on this, Dr. Lateef. Yes, we want to deal with overcrowding, but not in the way that you propose. Dr. Lateef, and I think also the other school board members, I think it would be prudent if you deferred to Ms. Jessie, Ms. Ralston, Ms. Williams with regard to the school boundaries that concern schools in the areas that they represent. With all due respect, They are more knowledgeable and more experienced with regard to those schools than you. While I favor Ms. Jessie's and Ms. Ralston's plan because it is definitely a
Ms.
step in the right
Christine.
direction, I cannot fully support it because it still excludes a number of Antietam students. These are our children and not just data points, and they should be treated accordingly. Thank you very much for your time.
Celinda Scott. Celinda Scott.
Her kid is sick, so she won't be coming, but she supports the Ralston, William, not Jessica.
Gabriel Pola.
Good evening. I don't have any bullet points tonight or anything, but I just want to reiterate what I said last week. We have a billboard still on Route 1 advertising a community and a public school. I want to know how the county has authorized a builder to advertise a Prince William County public school. I'm coming from Rockledge. I forgot to mention that last time. I'm Rockledge Elementary. I'm here on behalf of my daughter, Camilla Pola, and my son, Gabriel Pola, that should be attending their next school year this coming August. I just wanted to kind of reiterate how important elementary school is. I had my principal here. That was my principal for elementary school. The lessons that she taught me, I still hold dearly to my heart. I came through every school in Prince William County. I went elementary, middle, and high school. And throughout my process going through this school, I have been disappointed by the school system. I have. I can count on my hand how many people have been there really for me, and that's one of them. When I graduated high school, which was a struggle, believe me, I went to her and said thank you. I invited her to my graduation because it was so important. My daughter is almost a spitting image of me. She's the same way. She's a clinger. She holds on. The change that she doesn't want is for her to move. She says, Daddy, where you going? I'm going to go fight for you, baby, because I've been a fighter, and I'm going to stay a fighter. The voices that you hear today are the voices that need to be heard, okay? The program and the proposal that we are going for is the Jesse Williams Rothstein draft proposal. I would say, if that is not possible, I would say, if you have a family that is starting kindergarten, well, then they can start to these new boundaries. And then you can start siphoning out the neighborhoods, and then you can start filling these other seats. But if you have students that already attend or their siblings are going to attend, let them stay at where they live, or where they go, excuse me. So I live on Colby Drive, which is closer to Minnieville. If I was proposed to go to Antietam, that means I have to go down Colby Drive, make a left on the Old Bridge. With that light is about 7 minutes, 8 minutes alone. That minute right there, that's just one light. Then you have to go up, down into Antietam, drop off, come back. The reason why I dropped my daughter off, and I want this to be very important, I came from a single family home. My dad died when I was 4 years old. My mom had to work. I had to walk myself to the bus. I had to walk myself off the bus. I'm not in that situation. My kids are not in that situation. So I want to make sure that they have a difference in their life, that dad can take them to school. Dad can pick them up. I was coming up 95 today. You know what the express was? $15.85, just to the Prince William Parkway. I should not have to spend that type of money just to get to my child when I'm already paying for everything else. I want to appreciate everybody's time here, and I want to thank you all. But I really want you to consider what we are saying here.
Thank you, Mr. Pola.
Thank you, sir. Okay? Thank you.
Gaurav Kanajan. Gaurav Kanajan.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. I want to make sure nobody's standing. No. You guys are not punished. Please sit down. Those are mine. First, let me start by saying that my daughter handed me a stack of index cards, and my wife signed me up to make sure I speak up. While I took the whole stack of index cards, I didn't tell exactly I was going to fill all of them up. So I know that even if I'm running short of getting close to the 2-minute mark, I should be done. First, thank you, board, the Boundary Committee, for engaging the community. A big thank you to To the community representatives from Coventry Glen, Reeds Prospect, Mace Quarters, and Hickory Knolls. These ladies have inspired us with their motivation and dedication. I think anyone looking for campaign, door-to-door people to get you the votes, please contact these ladies. My next big thank you goes out to our district representatives, Ms. Ralston, Ms. Jessie, and Ms. Williams. You guys have done a tremendous work. Your cohesiveness, working together, is outstanding. Listening to us and taking the time to even drive around from point to point speaks volumes. We appreciate all the hard work that you've done to try to get all of this mess sorted out. We really do. I think it would help the district representatives if a lot of these numbers were a little bit more accurate. I think a lot of people have spoken about that. Discrepancy with trailer numbers is a good example, and especially identifying what the trailers are used for. In some cases, they were just used for art, etc. That doesn't really justify, that it's a whole classroom in there. And I think, thank you for listening to everyone's concern from the community, attending the sessions together, and not just accepting the preliminary plans that was originally proposed shows how much of a fight you guys put up for us and the community. Please continue to keep up the good fight, and we will continue to vote for you. A special thank you goes out to Mr. Jesse. He's done a tremendous job, and Mr. Jesse, if I ever run for any campaign, I promise you, you're on my first list. Finally, I think these ladies know what they're doing, and whatever they propose, that's the draft we should go with. Ms. Jesse's, Ms. Ralston, and Ms. Williams. Thank you.
Jennifer Tobin.
Good evening, School Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and for all your hard work in this matter. I know it is not an easy job. I am here to support the plan put forth by Williams, Jesse, and Ralston, Draft 1. As the Rockledge PTA President, the Brook Farm HOA President, and most importantly, a mother of 2 boys who currently attend Rockledge, I fully support this plan put forth by Ms. Jessie, Ms. Ralston, and Ms. Williams, as it has been developed by the representatives from the most affected districts who have been listening to what their communities want and need. I oppose plans 2A, 3, and 3A, and cannot advocate for the new work session plan when it reduces Rockledge student population to 467. Our parents truly value full-time art, music, ITC, and gifted programs over moving students out of Rockledge. We are aware that other smaller schools with less than 500 students are often required to reduce some or all of these programs to half-time. This is in addition to the classroom teachers and support staff that will be lost. I cannot express how truly detrimental that could be to our Rockledge community and how it could create a true disadvantage when compared to larger schools. Our teachers, all of our teachers, go above and beyond in what they do for our school in providing programs and clubs that a half-time teacher would not have the time to coordinate. My son, for instance, is in a music program. He meets every morning and has been learning how to play the xylophone. Our music teacher would not be able to do that if she wasn't there full-time. So I would like to ask you to consider how reducing overcrowding would benefit our students if they no longer have the options of programs and services that are currently available to them. Please consider plans that may better provide a long-term solution to the benefit of more students overall, as opposed to what seems like a quick fix approach to simply eliminate trailers and optimize utilization. Please make students and families the first priority rather than a platform or a political agenda by supporting the Jesse Williams Ralston plan. Thank you all for your time tonight.
Pawasha Cocker.
Peace be with you all. My name is Palwasha Cocker. I'm a resident of the Brook Farm neighborhood and a parent at Rockledge. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for the hard work that you've done to ensure that our children have the best education possible. I'd also like to thank Ms. Jessie, Ms. Ralston, and Ms. Williams for really speaking passionately to defend our children. And I'd like to ask everyone in the audience here to stand up who supports the Jessie Ralston Williams plan. I think there's a lot of solidarity across schools here. I've written to many of you and I've attended many of these meetings. And as a Rockledge parent, I support and I urge the board to vote for the Jessie Ralston Williams Draft 1 plan. I have 3 reasons for this. First of all, it ensures enrollment at Rockledge that are at levels above 500 so that we can keep our good teachers and our good programs, our music, our art, our IT, and our gifted programs. Second of all, the whole issue with trailers, I think, has been blown out of proportion. And we would rather have our trailers than have our art, music, and computer programs cut. Our students are more important than those trailers. And when we've asked the principal about people who have complained, she has said she hasn't heard complaints from other parents. Thirdly, not all trailer usage is equal. The Rockledge trailers are not used for general education, and I don't think I can drive this point home more than that. So I'd like to ask you to please take our children's needs first at heart, over the trailers, over numbers, and reduce the amount of movement that our students have to take. Do not break up our school community or reduce our numbers and teachers. And please vote for the Jessie, Ralston, and Williams Draft 1 plan. Thank you very much.
Thomas Hendricks.
I appreciate this time. I think I've actually sat in this room a little longer than I had noticed about the changes to our school district. I actually found out last night, and trying to put this stuff together throughout today, I like the plans. I like the Ralston, Williams, Jessie plan. I like it. I like the chairman's plan as well because it doesn't move my neighborhood. I live at the end of Valleywood Drive. I don't know if any of y'all know where it is, but there's not many of us there. We've got Greenhall, we've got Oakwood, and we've got the very end of Valleywood. Now, the rest of Valleywood is being left at Old Bridge Elementary School. What's kind of odd to me is if you drive down Valleywood, it's covered in $500,000 and $600,000 homes. As soon as you get to the cutoff for where Old Bridge Elementary is, that's where the $250,000 houses start. We're the only ones that got moved. We got moved over across the street to Antietam. Everybody else got to remain at Old Bridge Elementary. I did some research. I'm not looking for special attention, but I am looking for maybe a little bit of special consideration because in y'all's plan, we're the only ones that get taken out of Old Bridge and get sent over to Antietam. I don't have a lot of these, but in y'all's plan, these are the houses that get to stay. These houses in blue, they are $450,000 and above. These are the ones that got included in this plan. Are you listening, sir? Okay, just making sure. These are the houses that got excluded. If it's in orange, it's 250 to 275. A couple of them touch 300,000. We are the only ones that got moved. The rest of these folks got to stay. Now, I work crazy hours to afford my house. We moved into that neighborhood a couple years ago, and so did a couple of these folks standing around because of that school. I went to Woodbridge High School a long time ago, and I could never afford to live in that area. I finally got to the point where I could live in that area. We moved in, we're set at the end of 2015. Now we get something that says pretty much what I've worked for and what I know some of the other people have worked for is being flushed. I like y'all's plan. There's 2 streets on the end of Valleywood that I would ask y'all to give a little more attention to. That's Oakwood, Greenhall, and the very, very end of Valleywood Drive. Please let us stay at Old Bridge Elementary School. Please.
I'm going to call the next 10 up. We got Clayton Medford, Natasha Rhodes, Peter Rinkliff, Alejandra Hernandez, Sonia Dorland, Ken Smith, Cynthia Williams, and Jackie Roscoe. We'll go with Clayton Medford first.
Thank you. My name's Clayton Medford, and I'm the father of 2 kids at Rockledge Elementary. And I'm supporting the Jesse Williams and Ralston plan tonight. For all the reasons that you've heard a lot about why that plan works for us. One thing I want to point out that you have not heard is I don't want my kids to go to Rockledge. I don't want my kids to go to Old Bridge. I don't want my kids to go to Antietam. No one's saying that. What they're saying is I want to go to the school that we go to. Lake Ridge, as you all know, is a really stable area. It's not a big dynamic growing area. There's no metro station coming to Tackett's Mill that we need to make some drastic changes to our neighborhood in order to support this rapid growth. It's definitely growing, and a way that this board has the flexibility to deal with that growth is by the very judicious use of trailers. And I think while getting rid of trailers and dealing with overcrowding through this is good as a campaign promise, it fits nicely on a door hanger, but the work that Ms. Jessie and Ms. Ralston and Ms. Williams did, that's the real kind of stuff that gets you reelected. That's the stuff that the people here want to see more of. And we invested in our home for that kind of stability, and this is a policy decision that you're making here to chase an ideal of getting rid of trailers for this kind of disruption, and it's nothing that we're doing, nothing that the developers are doing or that the Board of Supervisors is doing to disrupt our neighborhood. It's this decision, it's this get rid of trailers ideal. And it's a necessary evil. We're growing, you're gonna have to come back. If you get all trailers gone in 5 years, if people still wanna live here, which I'm pretty sure they're gonna want to, we're gonna have grown some more and you're gonna have to figure out how to deal with it. You don't have unlimited money, obviously. You can't just start plopping down classrooms everywhere that are permanent to deal with the kind of growth that's going to happen. You can do it slowly. You can do it with us on board. You can get, there are hundreds of us that have been here and have been participating in this process. We're still going to be there when you're done. You can ask us for help going forward and how to make sure that we don't all end up here again in a few years complaining about where we're going to middle school and where we're going to high school. So that's it. Thank you.
Natasha Rhodes.
Hi, good evening. I'm an Old Bridge parent, and I'm part of the community that just got notification last night that with the new plans put forward, that our neighborhood is completely being divided, and our kids are going to be going to a new school. So we live on Greenhall. And this was not posted until yesterday afternoon. So this is the first time we're coming to these meetings, and you're now supposed to vote on it tonight without any of our input from our neighborhood. So I implore you guys to take a little bit more time. You know, you kind of went back and took out a large percentage of the population that goes to Old Bridge, and that is not okay. Nobody has talked to us about this. We don't want to go back and tell our children that they now, next year, have to go to another school. You need to take more time to consider this. We need to be part of this process. We need to be able to ask questions, and we need to provide feedback that all of these other people have been able to provide. And the plans have changed because of that feedback that has been provided. We have not been allocated that yet, and we ask that you postpone this vote until you have talked to our community and come up with something that works for us too. Thank you.
Peter Rinkliff.
Hi, my name is Peter Rinkleff. I am a proud Rockledge parent. I have a fourth grader, and I'm also the Rockledge robotics coach. Just to start off, I'd like to state my support for the Jesse Williams Ralston plan. And I'd also like to emphasize that I don't think that I've actually heard an alternate endorsement for any other plan up to my comments. Perhaps there's somebody behind me who does have an endorsement for one of the other plans, but I haven't really heard anything strong in that regard up to this point. So where I work, courses of action are presented to me all the time. Generally, the course of action that is recommended is usually the first one on the page, and everybody's page here seems to have that particular plan as the first one. So again, I strongly endorse that, and I think that your choice is fairly clear. The board members in the affected area, Ms. Jessie, Ms. Williams, and Ms. Ralston, are the ones that understand their constituents better than anybody else. I appreciate that the rest of you are from this county, but we come from a very diverse and I would say stratified county, yet they understand their end of the county better than anyone else. They are the ones who are speaking for their constituents. I am one of their constituents. I'm concerned that we're going to revisit this issue sooner than later. We have made bad decisions in terms of how we have procured funds and made decisions in terms of how and where we've built schools. This issue will be revisited, and it will be revisited in all the rest of the parts of this county, regardless if you come from Coles or you come from Brentsville or Gainesville or any place else. I work with people from across this county, and I will actually speak to them about what goes on with this. They may not feel affected today, but it will impact them in the future. I believe that we've found a lot of wedge issues to separate neighbors, to sort of set folks against each other as this process has continued. And I think that we need to set those things aside and figure out what's best for our entire community. It's not about trailers. It's about what's best for our students. It's about what's best for our children. And it's about what's best for kids who haven't even been born yet. We are going to see this problem over and over and over again. It's just going to wash back and forth across the county. And until we make real plans and real decisions and we get revenues that make sense and we procure the land to do what we need to do, we are going to be here again sooner than you want. Thank you very much for your time.
Alejandra Hernandez.
Hello, my name is Alejandra Hernandez. I no speak English. Yo vengo representando los padres de Goodbridge Mobile Home Park, que está sobre la calle Miniville.
My name is Alejandra Hernandez. I don't speak English. I represent the parents of Woodbridge Mobile Home Park on Miniville.
Nosotros no estamos de acuerdo al cambio de escuela, porque la escuela Olbridge es una de las mejores. Nuestros hijos conocen la escuela y al personal que trabaja ahí. Nuestros hijos se sienten seguros yendo a la escuela Olbridge.
We reject plans that would make us move away from Olbridge, one of the best schools in the area. Our children know the school, they're familiar with the teachers and staff, and they feel safe at Olbridge.
Nosotros como padres nos sentimos seguros y tranquilos que nuestros hijos asistan a la escuela Olbridge, porque nuestros hijos mayores han asistido ahí y tenemos la confianza de preguntar cualquier duda que tenemos.
As parents, we feel safe and confident and at ease with our children attending Olbridge Elementary, and we trust we can reach out with our concerns.
Tenemos miedo de que nuestros niños no se adapten al cambio de escuela. Los niños se sienten en la escuela como si fuera su segundo hogar. Ellos no quieren cambiarse de escuela porque van a extrañar a la escuela, maestros y a sus amigos.
We fear they may not adapt, our children may not adapt to the new school. They feel at school as if it is their second home. We fear that they will miss our school, teachers, and friends.
Ellos no quieren cambiarse y no están felices con el cambio. Olbridge les da el soporte cuando lo necesitan. No queremos el cambio de escuela porque la escuela les quedaría más lejos de casa. La escuela es su segundo hogar y no queremos que los separen.
They don't want to move from school. At Aldrich, they get the support they need. The new school is farther from our homes. Aldrich is their second home, and we don't want them to separate them.
Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you for your time.
Sonia Dorland.
You didn't get my name right last time, but you got it right this night, so thank you. Okay, I'm here, Sonia Dorland, in order, whoops, I'm on the wrong thing. As you know, most of all of you have worked very hard on the boundary plans. Miss Jessie, thank you, Miss Williams, Miss Ralston, all of you. But I do support, of course, the Jessie Williams and Ralston plan, draft 1. I would like to thank them for all their extra caring efforts that they spent with the families that came up for their school districts and beyond. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me and all the families here. I do understand, Mr. Lateef, I'm asking you. This is directly at you, and I know you've had a rough night, but I'm going to make it just a little bit harder, but hopefully it'll be okay. I know that I voted for you. I even put a wonderful sign in my yard, and I really need you to take the time and to listen and support the people beside you. They are the ones that we elected along with you, and they need to be heard because we care about our communities and our schools and our kids and our families and everybody around us, our friends. They're all in that same community. And these people have came to the communities, and you need to listen to them and really put your thought and effort into that. Just so you know, please don't let us down. Also, as the chairman, you need to step up and support your board members. I said that already. And because we as the constituents put you here, and you need to listen to us. There is a reason that we all come out to visit you on a Wednesday night, and trust me, we would rather be home with our families. But the reason we are here is because we care, and we care about our community and the schools that our children go to. I would also like to ask that I do understand that you're on a time crunch, because I know the CIP is coming, and that's going to distribute the money to all the schools that you're about to put together. And yes, I will be back to talk about that as well. But also, I just want you to know that the Oakwood Drive, and don't get me wrong, Miss Jessie, I know you worked really hard, but they have a right to come and talk as well. That is actually my community as well. So, which I'm okay. I am godfathered in, so I only have a fifth grader that's going to, be a fifth grader that will be next year. So I have one more year left at Old Bridge, but unlike some of the other families, you know, they have the opportunity that they should be able to come and talk and present their needs to, and that you could go and see their communities as well. And I just ask that just please, as always, take your time to listen and look among the plans very carefully. And regardless, I will see you again on February 6th. Have a nice night.
Ken Smith.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to address you tonight. My name is Kenneth Smith. I'm a resident of the Occoquan District. And first, I'd like to say I recognize the very difficult decision that you have before you, and I pray for Solomon's wisdom as you consider your options. As a government employee of more than 20 years and an analytics professional, I want to first give a shout out for the process that you employed. The delegates of the committee and the professional staff led by Dr. Cartilage, I think, did a good job. Being an analytics guy, I can sympathize with the bullet holes in his back after having proposed all of those options that none of them were any good. I understand that there are several factors that Dr. Cartilage drove home in the community meetings that were considered. Things like crowding and trailers, a key issue to many of you, but also socioeconomic factors, and near and dear to our heart and many of the members of the community are the diversity of our Prince William County communities and our schools. This is what makes us strong. And as many of the people have indicated, there's a lot of feelings about where their communities are going. I'm not a big fan of things that I can't quantify, being an analytics guy, but I will say I would ask that you resist the urge to reduce this to the lowest common denominator. There is no easy button. I ask that you consider and ensure that you consider those factors that cannot be quantified, such as diversity and socioeconomic factors of all of these communities. Secondly, I would ask that you not violate the principle of transparency. And you've heard from several of us tonight that feel aggrieved over the fact that some of these proposals have been tendered without full vetting to the community. This is a fundamental principle of democracy, and I think it should be followed and respected. Third, I would like to suggest or underscore the fact that you're not a political partisan body. And I ask that you respect the input of those who have done the legwork with their individual constituents, going door to door, speaking with families and members of the community, and those that are most impacted. Again, I understand crowding is a big idea, but I know that there are several other factors that need to be considered, and I ask that you work to build consensus, starting with the Jesse Ralston Williams plan. I think starting there and then building consensus with input from all of you, you'll arrive at the best plan. It's not going to be perfect, but it will be better than what we have today. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Cynthia Williams.
Good evening. My name's Cynthia Williams. I live in the Westridge community. I'm a proud parent of a fourth grader. He'll be a rising fifth grader next year, so I'm not sure if he'll be impacted yet by this or not. I didn't have a chance to see the Jesse Williams Ralston plan, but based on what my peers are saying, if it keeps Westridge together, I'm definitely for that plan. I don't really understand the movement that's going on. I came into this a little late, but just to bring a little bit of a human element to this, I would like you to realize that these kids have been through a lot with the people in their schools. They share relationships with their counselors, their teachers, beyond their immediate grade level teacher, and they have friends that they rely on for emotional support. One of the biggest things my husband tells me growing up is he suffers from PTSD. He was moved around a lot in military. You know, he was in a burning of an embassy. He went through a lot as a kid, but one of the things that ranks up there with something that traumatized him as a kid was moving schools and having to build new relationships and figure things out all over again. These children could be traumatized by these moves, and we need to appreciate what a big effect this would have on these kids that really have no say in this process, but we really want to speak for them, and that's why I came here tonight, is to at least encourage you to approve the recommendation to allow the upcoming fifth graders to attend the schools where they're currently at. But I also feel for those parents that have to go through this that have kids with siblings that could be separated. We're communities beyond the schools. We do things like pick up trash together, go to the pool together, walk our kids to the bus stop together. I just ask that you guys really consider the human element that your choices are going to have tonight. So I thank you for your time. And I vote for the Jesse Williams Ralston plan. Thank you very much.
Jackie Roscos.
Hello, good evening. I am probably going to reiterate everything all Rockledge parents have said, but I am in favor of the draft one, Lily Jesse Williams Ralston plan. I too would like to publicly thank these women for taking the time. I think that it is way above and beyond what was asked of you or ever expected, and I commend you for that. It's amazing, truly amazing. The one number that does stick out to me when we talk about numbers is the 500 number. And what concerns me is the difference in education that the children will get when numbers drop below 500, which it seems every other plan for Rockledge seems to do that, aside from the Jesse Williams plan. And these types of programs are important to the students. You know, STEM has now gone to STEAM. There's a reason for that. That type of creativity is critical. These teachers are amazing teachers, and I think that the big picture is what is the education for the students, and I would be up here advocating for community if we we hit 500, because I do think that that's also very, very important. But my sticking point is really the level of education and programs available to students, whether it be music, gym, a gifted program to be bused to another program for that to not have it in that school. And like other parents, we moved into this neighborhood based on a school, based on what was being provided. And we don't see any of the other schools down the corridor taking this type of a hit. I don't know necessarily why Rockledge was singled out in some of the initial plans, but I am fully on board with the Jesse Williams Ralston plan. And I would like to, encourage you to vote. Thank you.
I will call up the next 10. Abu Burjan, Ahmed Hidayat, Chris Easton, Nathaniel Johnson Jr., and Dean Cohen. First will be Mr. Abu Buyan.
Hello. My name is Abu Buyan. I'm here for my daughters and all the Occoquan families, all the families on the Occoquan town, to the Occoquan Town Center. I have emailed my concerns to all the board members, and so this will be a repeat. I urge all of you to reject the plans recommended by the Boundary Committee. And, I have been involved with the process. I've been communicating my concerns to the Boundary Committee, and they did make an adjustment. But interestingly, what they've done is that they've included the families on the Low-Ted Drive to be part of the Occoquan Elementary School. But then they have excluded my home and all the way to the Occoquan Town Center. So when you map it out from my home, which is actually from 12801 Occoquan Road to Occoquan Elementary School, we're about 0.3 miles away. And if you map it out from Occoquan Town Center and all the way to the Occoquan Elementary School, again, they're about 1 mile away. So this tells me that they haven't, there's a bit of illogical in how they drafted these plans. So, I have been speaking with Miss Jessie through emails, and she made the extra effort of driving through the town, through my home, and all the way to the Occoquan Town Center. And I encourage all of you to do the same, because that's how you can understand the changes itself. Now, so I hit the point about the distance, the fact that I'm about 0.3 mile away, and I've been pushed out of the Occoquan Elementary School. As I've mentioned, I did attend the two previous Boundary Committee meetings, and one of the things they mentioned about is they consider future growth, and I'm not sure they have done that properly. Now, as I lived in this county since 2006, and there has been tremendous growth. And as I foresee the future growth, you have to go beyond the 3 years, 5 years. You have to go almost 10 years. The growth that will come is from on Route 1, right? That's where the next boom will come. So you got to account for those things. And the other thing is that we live in a dynamic region where a lot of the bigger companies are coming in. As you know, Amazon is coming in, right? So they're gonna pull in a lot of people in, about almost 25,000. Employees. So Prince William County is the prime where a lot of these families will move in, because you can buy a home here, not in Arlington and so on. So what I encourage all of you is to vote for the plan that's been drafted by Ms. Jessie, Ms. Ralston, and Ms. William. And I know you have a difficult choice to make tonight. And as you think about this, I want to leave something behind with you. It's just a change that is not embraced by the majority of the community. It's a change that is not welcome. So be empathetic with all situations, and vote for the plan that really do the least damage, if you will. Thank you.
Ahmed Hidayat.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening to everyone. My name is Ahmed Suleiman Hidayat. I live in Oak Farm Drive. I have a daughter who goes to Old Bridge Elementary, and my youngest is going to go next year to kindergarten. The first plans that were shared through the Boundary Committee had drastically affected a large number of communities, and they have, as some of early speakers discussed, parents discussed it, they have looked at numbers, but let's face it, we are looking at kids and a human face to, let's put a human face to these numbers. I second my, I'm the 52nd speaker if I've taken note, and apart from 3 others who spoke and they were concerned, they had concerns, 49 others, including me, have supported Ms. Jessie, Ms. Williams, and Ms. Ralston's plan. And I hope that you, Dr. Latif, as well, look into this. And as we say ourselves, as Muslims, وَأَمْرُهُمْ شُورَى بَيْنَهُمْ, please, if there's a matter, we consult. And then today, a lot of people have been consulted by Ms. Jessie and Ms. Ralston and Ms. Williams, and they all agree and concur that their plan is the one that actually displaces the least number of students, kids, and affects the communities at least. We do, I do believe that when you look at the plan, of course, there are people who will have grievances and who will feel that they haven't been consulted. But at large, this is a plan I hope and that you see that it also delivers to the goals that you look to reduce the number of trailers, also give the new school its student body, but also help other students and kids and families and parents and communities who live. And I have heard in the previous meetings that some people have come to certain communities and bought their houses, including me, because of this school they're restricted to. And I hope you look into this, look into the number of people who have spoken in support of this plan. Let's remove the draft from it and make it a final plan so that we can move on and think about the future of our kids. Thank you.
Chris Easton.
Hello and good evening. Thank you for the chance to stand up and speak. I apologize to the committee. I am from the Green Hall, Oakwood area. I don't have a colored t-shirt to stand in solidarity with everybody. The ink hasn't dried yet. I'm sorry for that. With the 48 hours of notice or less that we've had, we're doing what we can to try and get up and just sort of express our content. I do have a great and deep appreciation from listening to all of the other parents here who have expressed their admiration for the plans that have been set in place. And I very much appreciate the amount of positivity coming from Ms. Ralston, Ms. Williams, Ms. Jessie's plan. It is that much more crushing to be the one community that feels like we're the ones pushed out. I do understand, and I am sympathetic to how much good this has clearly been to everyone here, that there's so much positivity in surrounding this, and then to watch my community be the one that's been pushed out of the back of the bus. For our district, we are relatively small. We're the Oakwood branch. We're the very end pipe stem of Valleywood. I happen to live on Green Hall Drive. I live very near the stop sign on the road, right next to the Catholic Church of Ann Seton. That church is the dividing line. It's very hard for me to accept that I'm looking at my home's boundary. And that's the school that stays, and this is the school that goes. It's going to happen to somebody. It's always going to happen to somebody somewhere. It's a necessary evil of what the job is. I'm not unsympathetic to that. But we're not a large space. I don't know what the bean counting is, and I'm not demifying that. I'm not saying, it's a terrible thing to keep track of how many students are where. That's important, and I do understand the needs of that. I don't know what the room is, but me, my family, others on my street just moved into this home for the purposes of being able to walk to and from their school for their entire tenure. For myself, that was an important factor for me growing up when I grew up in Prince William County. I know I'm extremely sympathetic to Cricket Lane, who was up here earlier and presented that they don't want their children to have to go from being bused to Old Bridge Elementary to now being bused to Lake Ridge. My children would be facing the fact of walking to Old Bridge Elementary School, to being bused across to get to Antietam. I have no problems with Antietam fundamentally as a school, but I deliberately tried to place my children in a location that they could walk to their school. And it's a relatively close walk. It's less than 600 yards down the road for the rear entrance to the school to access Old Bridge Elementary. This is not a long distance. I appreciate your time. I thank you for your efforts. I am extremely considerate of the amount of work you all have put into this. Just any consideration for our rather small district and rather small community, I would appreciate. Thank you very much.
Nathaniel Johnson. Dean Cohen.
Dr. Lateef, the members of the board, thank you for allowing all of us to speak, and I think I'm one of the last speakers. I'm Dean Cowan. I have a first grader at Penn Elementary. She's thriving there, and I'd like to just tell you a little bit about Penn Elementary. She has the best principal in the United States, Dr. Bowles. He's a wonderful person. He's also her best friend. They eat lunch together some days. I met Ms. Ralston, and she realized that, wow, he is a very caring principal. He adds to the stability of the students. They have wonderful teachers. And my neighborhood, Mays Quarter, Reed's Prospect, Coventry Glen, and Hittery Falls, they help the school thrive. They're members of the PTO. They're very active in the DADS program, and they help the school continue to grow. And I appreciate that all of the current plans recommend that our neighborhood stay there. But I just wanted you to know a little bit about the school. I want you to know that my neighbors and I all support the Ralston Jesse Williams plan. They've done a great deal of work, and you should be very proud of the work that they've done. Thank you, sir.
Okay, there being no other citizens who've signed up to speak on this matter, I declare the public hearing closed. We will stand at ease for 10 minutes for a break for the board, and then we'll resume the meeting. 10 minutes. I would like to call the meeting of the Prince William County Board to order. The invocation will be given by First Lady Jacqueline Lundy of the Ebenezer Baptist Church at the request of Lily Jesse, the Occoquan District. Miss Lundy, Pastor Lundy, Dr. Lundy, thank you.
Good evening. Would you bow with me? God of our past and our present and our future, source of all life in whom we have our being. God, we pause to thank you for this school board meeting, for these members and the community gathered to conduct the business necessary for planning for education for all children in Prince William County. Now, God, we pray that you give them the strength of character to do what's good and right for the students, that their decisions will influence for generations to come. Inspire them with a vision that sees education as the practice of freedom that empowers all people to live authentic, creative, honest, and faithful to the values they hold to be true. For God, in this system, all can learn and all can succeed. Fill them with a sense of community and show them how their calling, even to the Prince William County School, will make a difference in the achievements of young people every day. May our time this day re-energize us and give us the renewed sense that we need of purpose as educators so that we can be better at serving those we're called to serve. Now, God, we invite you into this meeting, and we ask that you open our hearts and our minds and our spirits to your wisdom and to your guidance. In all of these things, Lord, we continue to give you all honor. We ask now that you would open up this opportunity for those who are planning to do the things that would honor and please you the most and make a difference for all who they plan for. This we ask and pray. In Jesus' name we say, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Lundy. We will take the Pledge of Allegiance. Is there a student here who'd like to lead the pledge? If not, Sasan?
Job to do. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we're moving on to the approval of the public meeting agenda. A motion is in order.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wilk.
I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the public meeting agenda as recommended.
Mr. Chairman,
Second, Ms. Williams.
a second.
Discussion, please vote. Do we have a quorum? No.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 not present at vote. Motion passed.
Next, we're moving on to the adoption of the consent agenda. A motion is in order.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Williams.
I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the public meeting consent agenda as recommended.
Second, Mr.
Second.
Wilk. Discussion, please vote. Just a moment on the consent agenda, we are approving the textbooks for the career and technical education and the math textbooks. Those were presented last week, both outstanding selections by our textbook committee. They did a wonderful job, so I just want to thank them again for all their hard work.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 not present at vote. Motion passed.
Excellent, thank you. Student representative. During this time on the agenda, the student rep and the alternates will speak and have an opportunity to introduce themselves and share their interest. Sasan Faraj, Patriot High School.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Since the last board meeting, I was able to visit Stonewall Jackson High School and Freedom High School. I'll go over the common ground of what was discussed in both meetings and then individual concerns associated with the respective schools. The first overarching matter was surrounded building positive relationships between the student body and school staff. For instance, the student leaders emphasized the need to have more one-on-one time with the school counselors for meetings that go beyond just curriculum. Students believe that building this relationship between the counselor can help the students begin to trust counselors with more sensitive information, as it is easier to talk with a friendly and familiar face. But this also goes beyond counselors. The students believe that staff, specifically administration, but also all staff, should take an extra step towards making a presence within the school, asking students how they are or getting to know students by name in order to build community within school. This community is critical towards fostering an educational environment because it creates a more positive and welcoming mood within the school. The student leaders suggested that schools begin to allocate flex time, time in which no new material is taught, to provide students with the opportunity to meet their administrative staff or have these one-on-one meetings with the counselors. This topic about having a more interactive staff is something that student leaders from across the county throughout the year have brought up. Sometimes it is the first things that students will bring up. The students want a positive relationship with the staff, and they hope that this goal can be attained soon. The next overarching matter is school lunches. The discussion about lunches differed between the student leaders at Stonewall Jackson and Freedom. Like students at Hilton High School, students at Stonewall are concerned about the distribution of lunches throughout the school day, highlighting that lunches would sometimes run out prior to or close to the last lunch period of the day. Finding a way in which schools can ensure that the number of meals can suffice the number of students per lunch until the end of the lunch block is becoming an apparent and prominent concern among students. This topic should be taken into high regard, especially for schools that have many students who rely on school lunch for their meal for the day and proper daily nutrition. That being said, the student leaders at Freedom High School believe that more healthy and fresh lunch options should be provided to students. This matches the overall tone of diversifying the lunch menu, which can benefit students with vegetarian dietary restrictions. Students believe that incorporating more salads or different forms of vegetarian lunch options can help motivate students within the school day. They help provide nutritional value to the menu, but also taking this step can demonstrate to students the importance of their voice. Now, the overarching trends between schools mainly focus on improving educational environment by creating a more positive and interactive community. Now, focusing on the individual schools, student leaders from Stonewall Jackson High School focused on an imbalance of funding created by the lack of booster and PTA presence. The students acknowledged that schools in Prince William County follow site-based management, but they believe that more funding towards school spirit projects led by SALC or SCA is important towards building a positive environment in schools. During my visit at Stonewall, I had the luxury of being shown around to look at the murals within the school. For those of you that don't know, the SALC within Stonewall Jackson High School, they paint murals, and I was shown one of the lunchrooms, which had murals of historical figures such as Nelson Mandela and Malala, and for projects like these are the projects that help promote diversity, school community, and spirit. And I made sure to make a note of it because for those of you that haven't seen it, these murals were absolutely amazing. And I was glad to see that they can do those projects, and so were they. In Freedom High School, the students brought up the lack of uniform enforcement of the dress code. Students believe that the dress code does not take into consideration what is currently being sold in most stores. The student leaders brought up that students of lower socioeconomic statuses are especially at a disadvantage because buying clothes that adhere to the dress code can be expensive sometimes. The students greatly urge that schools find a way to create equity within the dress code. The school board does not discuss the code of behavior until later this year. I urge that these comments be taken into great consideration because many students from different schools have brought it up. Something that also happened last week was the student summit titled A Student's Conversation on Mental Health. It was an insightful opportunity for both the student representatives and Office of Student Services to learn what students think of how mental health is addressed throughout the county. There's a very efficient conversation that occurred. Staff from the Office of Student Services were able to take notes and participate in discussions in order to help plan for the future. I, along with the other student representatives, thanked Office of Student Services and anyone involved for this opportunity. That being said, I have a meeting with Forest Park High School's SA on the 22nd. After that, the student representatives would have visited 11 of the high schools. And considering that Annabelle has discussed prominent concerns associated with Brentsville's SCA, the student representatives would have visited the 12 high schools. The reason there has sometimes been visits to 2 high schools in a week is because we are currently planning a collective meeting between all the SCA presidents from the different high schools. The meeting agenda would focus on ways to improve school spirit and common concerns. This would allow for healthy discussion amongst the students and provide different perspectives. The student leaders have been receptive to this idea and have been looking forward to it. The date for this is still tentative, and we are hoping for the best. As always, students can reach me at my Prince William County given email. I'll spell it out. farajsa19@pwcs-edu.org. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have other student reps here? Okay, great. So we'll go to citizen comments. Moving on to citizen comments on the agenda and non-agenda items, it looks like we will have 3 people to speak who signed up in advance. That's right, 3 only, Debbie, right? I don't have, okay, got it. Okay, 3. If we are, so we'll do all 3 of them right now, and I'll call them up to the dais here. They'll have 3 minutes to speak to the podium, and the lights on the monitor will indicate the progress. Yellow light will signify that you sum up your position. Red indicates your time is up, and you should stop. And please use proper decorum manners while at the podium. If you do not, you will be asked to step aside. Please give your name and address for the record. And when you approach the podium, our first, all 3 can come up, will be Arman Ahmedjan, Richard Jesse, and Reginald Pickett. Mr. Ahmedjan first.
Greetings. My name is Arman Ahmedjan. I come from Gainesville, and I'm actually an aspiring youth motivational speaker, and I created a program called Motivational Center 24/7 dedicated to inspiring and empowering the mind of the youth, for them to break out of their comfort zones and reach their self-actualization or their ideal image. Whether it be traveling to different schools around Prince William County or traveling across the world, to Aquagana for humanitarian relief and youth empowerment. Inspiring and empowering kids has always been my life's journey. And today I come here to humbly request the Prince William County School Board to work in collaboration with Motivational Center 24/7 to help instill the faith in the students of Prince William County that what they do, and no matter who they are or where they come from, they can make a difference in their home, school, and community. So just to break it down, Motivational Center 24/7 focuses on three main key points: character and leadership development, understanding and cultivating your instinct and purpose so that you can share your gift to the world, and tackling and solving the internal battle of you versus yourself. What I've learned with all this experience I have partaked in is that words matter, leadership matters, and caring for other people matters. That's the name of the game for Motivational Center 24/7, and that's what I want to bring to Prince William County Schools. Just on Monday, just 2 days ago, we celebrated the historic impact and life of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And over 50 years ago, he left us with a question. Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? By being the beacon of hope, catalyst of change, and innovator of inspiration, and having the Prince William County School Board work in collaboration with Motivational Center 24/7, we believe that we can set up our future leaders of tomorrow on a good path to success so they can walk with strides in their life's journey going forward. My name is Armin Imogen from Gainesville, and my contact information and address is on file, and really looking forward to connect and working together. Thank you.
Richard Jesse.
Hi, my name is Richard Jesse. My address is on file. Good evening. I want to talk about the issue back about a couple months ago. Mr. Dirch, I'm saying your name wrong, but you brought up the fact about the ombudsman and whether that has been resolved. And what I would like to say to you, I worked for 14 years for a company called MITRE, and in that position, particularly for the last 12 years of that, I was the head of the department that did investigations, arbitration between employees and managers. And what we need in this system that I see, the other thing I want to point out is that I'm a member of the NAACP Legal Grievance Committee, and although I did not get involved with all the complaints that we received from the people about the school system, I do have interactions about what those complaints are. What is missing, as far as I'm concerned, in our system here in the school system is you need a stronger investigation organization that does investigation outside of management. You do not need managers doing investigations. You need somebody who is totally separate, they could report to Dr. Waltz or to Mrs. McGowan, but you need a stronger investigation unit, because in my opinion, you have managers doing investigations, and they are not, it's sort of like the police investigating themselves. Ombudsman, it would be after the end of that. So my advice is to do it ahead of time. Lastly, I'd just like to say, I hope that we pass the resolution for Jesse Williams and stuff tonight. I don't know what to say if you don't, so thank you.
Reginald Pickett. Okay. That'll be it. Next, we'll move to 1701, Occoquan Elementary School feasibility update. Mr. Mallard, This item is on for information.
Thank you, Dr. Latif and members of the board and Dr. Waltz. So tonight we'll share some information with you concerning the replacement plan for Occoquan Elementary School. And if you recall, at our CIP workshop or work session, we did propose moving Occoquan from 28 up to 26. So the first thing I'd like to do is just sort of give you a site orientation. Most of you probably are familiar with Occoquan. I'd like to, the green shaded area obviously is the property. It's about 10.5 acres. I'd like to take you over to the far right. And if you'll do that, you're looking at an office complex. That's to the far right. And if you look above that office complex, so you're looking at the VDOT commuter lot. Part of that is shaded with that white outing. And if you move to the left, that is the self-storage units. They look like silos. And to the left of that, continuing left, that is the small strip mall. So the north part of Occoquan is really bordered by those facilities and also by Old Bridge Road. If you continue to the left side of the site, we're bordered by Occoquan Road. And if you go directly south, at the very bottom of the site, you're looking at homes that run along Devil's Reach Road. So our findings for an initial feasibility study, it will be feasible to construct a replacement for Occoquan Elementary School on the existing school site, but it will require a new prototype design, potentially similar to the prototype to be developed for the Potomac Shores Elementary School. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. It will require a separate construction entrance into the school site, and it will require the removal of all existing buildings and the replacement school after the replacement school is completed. So we still have some significant details to be worked out, but one is the presence of portable classrooms will be an impediment to the replacement. So what I'd like to do is sort of take you through some of the replacements that we've already completed, just to sort of take a look at the site sizes to give you some comparison to what we have at Occoquan Elementary. Triangle Elementary, we had a little over 18.5 acres to work with. Kilby Elementary, 14 acres. Yorkshire Elementary, a little over 13 acres, and that was following the acquisition of 4 adjacent homes. So if you look at the Occoquan Elementary site, we have just 10.6 acres. So we believe of that, 5.5 acres would be buildable areas for that replacement. And it would be to the right side of that property, the green shaded area that shows no development. So developing a construction strategy for each on-site replacement requires a unique solution. They're not all the same. Occoquan Elementary site will require additional stormwater retention capacity based on newer state regulations. So the prototype design, everything is sort of conceptual at this time. So what we're looking at is a building that would be vertical rather than horizontal. This allows for reduced land requirements for school construction, but it does increase the cost per square foot. We would have to do an RFP to move from conceptual architectural design to fully realized building design. So the potential timeline for the replacement school. So if you take into account our need to acquire some property, to do a design, to construct the bid, let the bid, evaluate the bid, and construct the replacement school, we're looking at an estimated 4 years and 4 months. That includes time to demolish the old building and to construct a parking lot. So the absolute earliest feasible opening, that's when we could open the door and put some students in that building, would be January 2023. So that also includes the need to demolish the old facility and to construct parking lots, which will run through August 2023. So just a little bit of history about Occoquan Elementary. The current elementary building was constructed in 1927 as an upper and lower grade school. It consisted of 6 classrooms, 3 for elementary grades and 3 for high. So in 1953, Garfield High School was built and was constructed for high school grades. That is now the Ferlazzo building down on Route 1. In the 1960s, Fred Lynn Middle School opened for middle grades, and Occoquan became an elementary school. So some of the recent investments that we've made at Occoquan, and we've listed some of those items up there. So in the past, since 2006, we've invested approximately $6.8 million in the facility. There was a renewal and an addition in 2006, about $2.4 million, an HVAC system replacement in 2016, $2.4 million, an activity room addition, and a partial roof replacement. So we believe that the school system needs to fully realize the value of these recent investments. So just to take a look at Occoquan, and as we go through some of these pictures, you'll see why the staff, the students, the parents love Occoquan so much. This is, I believe, the main entrance, and you look at that hallway. This is their activity room. Looks like a gym. Got some basketball goals up. You've got the media center. Also some classrooms. And we're going to show you the outside asphalt area, the playgrounds, and sightings for some of the portables. So in summary, the Office of Facility Services recommends replacing Occoquan Elementary School in 2026, as shown within the proposed CIP program. The facility is in good shape. There is some concern about the infrastructure underneath the building. This allows the school division and taxpayers to fully realize the value of the investments made into the facility. It should be noted that moving the replacement project up within the CIP will affect our current projected bond debt capacity. We need to be very much aware of that. So the debt to revenue percentage may affect our AAA bond rating. If you look at the 2024 CIP in terms of new construction, we are bumping up to that 10% water line that's been established by the county in terms of our ability to borrow money. So if we were to move Occoquan up to 23, we most certainly would have to move something else back in the CIP. Thank you.
Ms. Jessie?
Thank you very much for sharing that. I was principal at Vaughn Elementary and realized that Elizabeth Vaughn never worked at Vaughn. She was a principal at the original Occoquan Elementary and worked with Herb Saunders. That's an old sharing between the two of us.
That building is actually older than I am.
Yeah.
And that's hard to do.
But we really would like to look at the Occoquan facility and getting the information on the trailer usage. I've been talking with them down there, and it seems like they do not have any classes out there at this point in time. So I think making some adjustments with the trailer usage is feasible. But I want to thank you, and I would like to spend a little bit more time with you to sit down and talk to you about Occoquan, because depending on the facility, I think it would help. I'm looking at it as a way to help with our Rockledge situation that we've got going on as we look at down the road.
Right.
Thank you very
Yes, ma'am.
much.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mallard. I appreciate also the presentation you made this evening. I just had a question that does not need to be answered this evening, and maybe we could get it updated at a later time. But I noticed you have a bullet point on there about the infrastructure underneath the school, and I was wondering if we could share with the board, it's probably a closed session item anyway, a little bit more detail about that.
Be glad to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of questions real quick. How many seats does the current Occoquan elementary
The
seat?
capacity of Occoquan currently without the trailers? Where's Dave?
Good evening. I believe the capacity is 498 right now.
498.
Sounds good. How many, I know that's on the smaller side, what size school are we looking at building as the replacement?
So we're looking at a capacity of right at 700. So we would be gaining about 200 seats. That's conceptual.
Sure. But we've been building elementary schools in that ballpark recently.
So probably by the time we build that school and the additional cost of having to go up instead of out could be 40 million. That's a rough, very rough estimate, could be somewhat less. So we're a number of years away from bidding that, so construction costs, it's our best guess.
And then the bottom of slide 3, it says that the presence of portable classrooms could be an impediment to the replacement. What do you mean by that?
So slide 3, get back to. I'm sorry.
Sorry, the very last bullet point on slide 3 says that the presence of portable classrooms could be an impediment.
So when we look at that site and our ability to place a footprint, a building on that site, we would need that land where the current trailers exist. We would need all of that green area to the right of the building and the blacktop.
Okay. And what are we using those trailers for right now? There's like 4 or 6 there. How many are there right now?
I think there are 8 trailers there, I believe. I'm not certain that I can tell you what each trailer is being used for. We could certainly get that information for you.
Okay. And then how are we going to handle the switch between the 2 schools? So we're going to build one school.
So we would keep the students in the existing building. We would be able to build that replacement school while keeping those students in the existing building, similar to Yorkshire, Kilby. So we've done this before.
Yep. Cool. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mallard. Appreciate it, sir. We'll move next to 1801, Student Housing, Elementary School Attendance, Area Recommendations, 2019-20 Prince William Parkway Elementary School. Ms. Huebner, I guess you're up. Why don't we have Dr. Cartledge come on up and give us a 3-minute recap, 3-minute recap on how we got here. Ms. Huebner, please, feel free to weigh in.
This will be my favorite part. Good evening,
Yes.
Dr. Lateef, members of the school board, Dr. Waltz. At this time, I would like to turn the microphone over to Dr. Cartledge, Supervisor of Planning.
Outstanding.
3-minute overview.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the invitation to be here this evening. I'm Matt Cartledge. I'm the Supervisor of Planning. Just to give you a brief recap, 3 minutes or less, we can put the timer up on the comment time. A few years ago, we identified significant overcrowding in eastern Prince William County at the elementary level. We began a 3-stage initiative to reduce the overcrowding. Overcrowding, as it was identified in the work session this last Thursday, the symptom is the presence of portable classrooms for instructional purposes. Therefore, we opened up now Kyle Wilson Elementary. We provided a Kilby replacement school. There were also classroom additions at Neabsco, Henderson, and Belmont. We'll fast forward a little bit, and we opened up Covington Harper Elementary. As we are looking forward to the future, we are now opening up a brand new school on the Parkway, and we are adding classroom additions up and down the Old Bridge corridor. All of these efforts are an attempt to provide permanent classroom space to the elementary students in Prince William County. The overcrowding is not projected, it's present. We have students in portable classrooms today, and through this boundary planning process, we have identified a variety of different opportunities and boundary configurations, each with their own features, perceived pros and cons, and we're here this evening as the planning department to help the school board with this very difficult task of identifying the best way to provide school redistricting for all those involved.
Okay, thank you. So I'll add to that recap a bit. The Boundary Committee had come up with 3 plans. We heard from the citizens at the last meeting. We added a work session. And in that work session, we entertained a number of ideas from board members and tried to work out some type of plan that would be amenable to all board members. And so at this point, we have just to clarify, you know, when folks are talking about transparency and stuff, and I know that the draft work session plan went up yesterday, there was a lot of, you know, and we made it clear at the work session that we would continue to try to work on something that would be amenable to all board members, and that is why you are seeing an evolution in plans. There was a reason why we had the work session, and so naturally you're going to see an evolution in plans. In prior boundaries, and I've only been on this board for 6 months, but prior boundary hearings, plans are changed at the last minute on the dais with amendments for neighborhoods being shifted here or there. So, you know, we have this long process, and no matter how long we make the process, there will still be last minute changes and shifting. And so I do hope the public understands that and recognizes the entire board here has worked very hard on this, and we're going to try to get through this this evening and try to do the right thing. I will, at this point, open the floor for discussion on this issue. Ms. Jessie.
Well, as you know, this has been very challenging and a very emotional issue for me because it represents my district. There are 16 schools, but 7 of those schools are my schools, and the new school is my school. So I come from a very strong work ethic, and I believe that when you give me an assignment, that I'm going to do the best that I can do. And so I feel that the plan that I have worked with, not just me, but Ms. Williams and Ms. Ralston, and I have worked in concert because these are our districts. I wanted to just make a note that Ms. Williams' 6 schools are not directly impacted in any of the Occoquan and Neabsco schools. Vaughn Elementary is a massive shifting of schools to the Parkway. Both Ms. Rawson and I support Ms. Williams' draft Plan 1. Ms. Williams' schools are Belmont, Kilby, Vaughn, Marumsco, Featherstone, Potomac View, And Prince William County, when we look at the map, we are looking at some things that, when we look at the table that you guys have, I know you have that table, Dr. Lateef, and I know, I want it for the sake of the board, because I know there's been some questions. I sent a note to several of you to make some corrections. One, the map.
Excuse me, Miss Jessie.
Yeah.
You know what, I'm going to just have a point of order. We actually need a motion, and once we have a motion, we
Okay,
can make the discussion.
okay.
I thought someone was going to offer a motion.
Okay, you want to
So
offer a
I
motion?
think at this point, I was
move
hoping
that
you were going
we-
to
I'm
offer a
sorry.
motion.
I love that.
Thank you.
I move that we adopt the Ralston, Williams, Jesse plan.
Do I have a second for
Mr.
that?
Chairman, I second.
Ms. Williams seconds that. Discussion.
Point of
Now-
information, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Just so we're clear, on slide 7 of the boundary portal, which of the maps are we referring to? Because I don't see one with all 3 board members' names listed on it.
Dr. Cartledge is right there to answer that.
There's like a Jesse Ralston draft one. Is that what we're talking about, or?
I'm not sure there is one.
So I think we can get a little clarification there. Through the work session and the days leading up to the work session, we worked with several of the board members individually to compile some analyses for their information. Right now, Ms. Williams' plan is a standalone plan that could have been plugged into anything that the board ultimately decided was appropriate. Could be any of the boundary committee plans or any of the plans that are drafted by the school board. If we then look over to the configuration, I believe that Mrs. Jessie is referring to, if we look at the second, or I think clarification is needed for either the first or second draft. So the Ridgefield area, Mrs. Jessie, is that intended to be reassigned to Springwoods or to the Parkway?
The Bridgewood would be,
Ridgefield, over by the Ruby Tuesdays.
is that Mrs. Rawson's?
Correct, yes.
Yes. We were looking at reassigning that to Springwoods, and that will change the percentages, because I think when you look, I think originally it looks like we have a percentage of 103 for the Parkway School, but that would reduce that percentage for opening for the Parkway School to 75.4.
Very close, yes, yes, in the mid-70s. Just for clarification, the title for that is Plan Title, Neabsco Magisterial District, Draft 1.
So let me be clear. In draft 1 that you're talking about now, that she's motioning, Parkway Elementary is down to 75%.
Correct. It is projected to open at 74.4% of capacity.
We were under the impression that we were to send in additional suggestions, and we sent in, I think we called it Draft 2, where we made an adjustment with Mrs. Rawson's approval, and that reduced that overage, because I know that was a concern that people had, the board members had.
So was that included as well? I just want to be clear that what Ms. Jessie is offering up is what you guys are on the same page on.
Yes, so in working with Mrs. Jessie, the very first draft that we began working with her, the Greater Reeds Prospect area was the communities.
So what's the title of the motion?
The
What is the
Neabsco
actual-
Magisterial
what are we
District,
calling this
Draft
one?
1.
Neabs. Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Williams.
Sorry, I just can't say it enough. For further clarification, because we have I can hear the murmuring up here on the board, on the dais. So draft 1 or draft 2 is the draft that moves the Ridgefield, that keeps the Parkway, excuse me. Draft 1 or draft 2 is the one that ends up with the Parkway School total in the mid-70s?
Yes, let me please clarify one more
Yes,
time, just
'cause I can
so
hear
we're all
everybody
on the
going,
same
"What?"
page. Absolutely. So draft 2 puts the Parkway School over capacity. So we would like, if the intent is to keep the Parkway School under capacity in the opening year, the motion should read Neabsco Magisterial District Draft 1.
Thank you.
Ms. Ralston? Or, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
And you're next.
I first would like to say that I would commend this board for this tremendous undertaking. I know that we don't always
Point
see
of order,
eye.
is there a second on the motion?
Yes, I seconded it. I know that we don't always see eye to eye on many of the things that we discuss up here, but I'd like to just publicly thank each member for the time that has been spent on this and for attending the work session, also for moving it so that I could attend as well. For me, I know there's been a lot of questions about the portion that involves my district and keeping the school boundaries in the way that they are. I have spoken, like I said, I've knocked doors in my district. I've spoken to principals in hopes that there will be further help for my district in the CIP. We desperately need another elementary school on the Route 1 corridor. Shifting boundaries is still going to leave the majority of my schools overcrowded, so a simple boundary shift is only a Band-Aid for the problem for me. I also want to note that this is an extremely personal boundary change for me as a board member, and probably the most personal one since being on the board. There was a time when I first got here that we pretty much automatically deferred to the member on the board whose boundaries were being affected almost without question. And if there was question, it was just basically for information, because we assumed as a board that the person elected to represent that district knew the best about that district. And that is the way it was historically until this boundary change. Now, this boundary change itself is historical because it's involving so many schools and across so many districts. I can't help but still agree with that sentiment. For me, I was a Rockledge student. I understand the value of elementary school and how precious it is, and it's the beginning of your academic career. I understand what it means when you have to shift elementary schools. I started in a private school and ended up at Rockledge in my 3rd grade year and finished out there. I still currently have the same best friend from Rockledge Elementary School in the 3rd grade, which is a couple decades going now. God bless her. I was also a mother of a Rockledge student who went there his entire career, was a gifted student. I can't tell you the value in itself of having a gifted program in a school, especially because at that time I was a single parent. I thoroughly understand that Old Bridge Road traffic nightmare, and I only had to go from the Hechinger commuter lot, for those of you who commute, know exactly where that is, up to Rockledge. It's actually kind of walkable, but you don't want to do that. It can make you say new words going up to that, going up to Rockledge sometimes between 6 and 7 o'clock in the evening. I remember spending many nights as PTA president there with my son eating dinner in the hallway just because there wasn't enough time to go home, feed him, come back to the school, and do what needed to be done. It's just, the community matters. Not only was he a Rockledge student, but I heard someone reference PAC 295. We were PAC 295, Den 1. I understand what it means to have my child, make the extra trip further up after leaving Rockledge to make his PAC meetings, and the kids he still talks to today, because he's now a senior in high school, from his elementary school days, from his Boy Scout days. I'm now not only a board member, but I'm also a parent of a kindergartner who goes to Featherstone Elementary. So on the flip side, I completely understand what it is to have a child who eats lunch at 10:30 in the morning, which is breakfast time still, but he's eating lunch. I completely understand the difference between having a Title I school and moving students where the classroom is limited to 19 students because they get funding from the federal government, to a non-Title I school. And there's huge differences when you move students and you're talking about reductions of programming and overcrowding. What I can say is, as a mother, I'm willing to sacrifice having my child eat lunch at 10:30 because my kid comes home every day happy. So happy that Last week, he had a stomach virus and cried because he couldn't go to school. Like, tears. Like, Mommy, I have to go. I just have to go. I'm going to miss something. The bond that students make in elementary school, it sets that tone. And it's so important that we do right by them, that we do right by our community, that we do right by all of the families affected by this, because it's not just one district. Our students and our families cross districts. You know, Ms. Ralston has residents in her Neabsco district that attend schools in the Occoquan district. It's important for us to all be able to work together and understand each other's needs and perspectives. And I really hope that my board members have paid attention tonight and will keep the spirit of the tradition alive of listening to the member whose district is most affected, because we know our districts. We live there, we walk, we were elected, we know what's going on. And I really implore you tonight to really take that into consideration. And I hope out of all of this, we will as a board revisit the boundary process for the future. And I hope that in the future also we will be able to provide a greater amount of time so that we can really hear from everyone involved, be it principals of the schools, because they are the boots on the ground. They know their community the best. They know the student population the best. The parents and people who live in the neighborhoods, and I say parents and people because sometimes you have people who volunteer at schools who don't have children there. Maybe they're grandparents or aunts or uncles, and they're not the direct parent. And that's also important. I think I've kind of encompassed everything I want to say, but I just really implore the rest of this board to consider not only what we heard from the public hearing, but from the representatives up here from the districts who are affected. Thank you.
Ms. Ralston?
No, I wanted to, I'm sorry,
Ms. Jessie.
I just, I was very emotional about this, and so it's been a long month in the homes of these parents, and in my house also, and in Ms. Ralston, and Ms. Williams. We've been meeting, and I want to personally thank my husband, Mr. Jesse, who loves numbers, and he put together charts and graphs, and it's always good to know when you're not good at something. And I just want to thank him because we're both committed. I wanted to share a couple of numbers because I know there are board members who I am concerned about trailers. I just want to share with you that Antietam, this plan, we will have 0 trailers. At Lake Ridge, they had 5 trailers, they will have 0 trailers. Occoquan has 6 trailers, but no classrooms outside. Old Bridge had 1 trailer, will have 0 trailer. Rockledge has 5 trailers, but said they could actually lose 1. When I went to Rockledge, looked at their facility, and I would like for us to look again at the land provided on the left. I took some photos down there. I'd like for that to be revisited. Occoquan, of course, I'd like for that to be revisited. West Ridge, in fact, I talked to them today. They have two trailers, but their enrollment is dropping. So our trailer count went from 27 down to 13. So we have met our goal of reducing trailers. But more importantly, I just want to tell all you guys out there as families, and I love seeing parental involvement, and I enjoyed being with you and driving with you. I just thank you for showing up, because people always talk to me when I say I'm a principal. They say, "Oh, you have to deal with those parents." And they say those parents, and they don't care about their kids. But I've always believed that you do care about your kids, and I would ask this board to listen to you and parents. And thank you so much for being in my district, and then Ms. Williams' district and Ms. Ralston district. We are honored to serve you. Thank you.
Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a couple of questions for staff. So the NABSCO-Occoquan Draft Plan 1 that we're discussing here. First off, how many trailers do we have in this entire collection of, I believe, 16 schools that we're possibly rebounding?
There are currently 61 portable classrooms being used for instructional purposes.
Okay. And roughly, I think we're kind of past those, but the plans that the Boundary Planning Committee created, roughly how many of those trailers would they have eliminated?
Between 53 and 54.
Okay. So that sounds like a pretty high percentage of them.
It's projected that most of them could be removed through reasonable boundary adjustments.
Okay. And this map here that we're currently discussing, how many trailers would it eliminate?
It would likely remove around 34 portable
34.
classrooms.
So instead of most of them, we're talking about half, roughly?
In the vicinity of 50%.
Okay. And then back to, I think you gave a, there was a presentation earlier on the process. First off, I just want to make one point before we get to it. So we've done reboundaries for new schools, as you raised, the last 3 years, with a number of the additions and new schools that you raised. 2017, I look back through the files, and if we include the new school that was open, we were addressing 19 schools. If we are, this school, if we include the Parkway School we're opening, we're talking 17 schools. And we did it in roughly the same time frame, right?
Correct.
Okay, so in terms of timeline and precedent, we're talking very similar to what we did just 2 years ago.
That is correct.
Okay. And then who is it that creates the policies for how we do the school boundary process?
The school board creates the policies.
Okay. So if we had concerns about the process from 2 years ago when we did a very similar reboundary, we could have changed it in the intervening time?
Yeah. Presumably.
Okay. And then I think on one of your early slides, you reference a number of criteria for what we're looking for in terms of what we're trying to accomplish. And that those are criteria we lay out in our policy and regs we give to the Boundary Planning Committee. Where on there is keeping as many kids in their current school as possible?
That particular feature is beyond the Regulation 264-2.
Okay. And then also there's a percentage in terms of the differential or deviancy number that we have in our policies and regs in terms of how far it can deviate from the average capacity and what we're dealing with. What's that percentage?
It is plus or minus 15% of the overall capacity utilization in the third year.
Okay. And so we're talking, at this point, we've got 93% capacity as the average?
94.8 is our calculation.
Okay.
So plus or minus 15% of that number.
You're talking high 70s to low hundreds?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. So I want to raise a couple of points as we look at what we're doing. For the last 3 years, we've dealt with boundaries here on the eastern end of the county. We've dealt with sections that somewhat overlap. In fact, the last 3 years, I've had one of my schools that's been touched in every single one of those rebounding. We've seen schools impacted repeatedly. But we're working towards right now a way to get rid of a significant number of trailers, which is what we've been working towards for a while. There's been a number of comments, suggestions, et cetera, that we are focused on numbers and not people. And I think that that's been something that's carried through in a number of comments. However, for the entirety of this board, we've been focused on trailers, and trailers are not ignoring students. In fact, we've had board members who are currently trying to reduce fewer trailers. A few months ago, we'll lay out all of the personal reasons why trailers impact students, whether it's tornado drills, safety concerns, students going to bathrooms, students having to be further from cafeterias, et cetera. There are personal impacts that at times when other board members want to make the case against trailers, they lay out, and they lay out very eloquently. And that is why, as a board, we've been moving towards that. We have also, for the last number of years, been working towards trailer elimination. It has been something that's been a goal. We've set up a joint committee between the Board of County Supervisors and the school board. We have just in the last meeting in December, we passed a joint resolution, or our copy of it. The PWCS passed one as well, saying that it was our goal to work towards trailer elimination. So part of that is what we do today, is to move towards that goal, because if we're going to ask taxpayers, if we're going to ask the Board of County Supervisors, we're talking about a $140 million plan to do that right now. To give us more of their money, we need to tell them that we're using the money they give us effectively already. And we've already sunk over about $240 million into this current effort to reduce trailers right now. So part of what we do in boundaries, and I've been very involved in a number of the past ones, is we try to balance enrollment in numbers, and we try to balance community concerns. But we can't solve every concern. It's simply not possible. And so that's why we had the work session. That's why there are more things generated out of it, to try to address as many community concerns as possible. But if we as a board are going to, well, and also what we're doing today, even if we ignore all the other work we've done in Eastern Elementary Schools, just what we're working on today has been in the works for at least 3 years, if not more. Finding the site for the new elementary school, deciding as a board to go ahead and add additions. That was a board vote, a board decision. This is not something that was a surprise to board members, because we had to actually do it. All of these are things that have been in the works for years. And so it's not a surprise that we got to this point. It's also not unusual. The time that we've put, the time that we've put so far in terms of having a work session is a step towards more transparency beyond what we've done before. But if we as a board are going to be serious in our commitment to the Board of County Supervisors, to the public, to the things that the same board members who are now trying to tell you that they're not concerned about trailers have told us just a few months ago, then we need to be serious today about eliminating trailers. And I think only eliminating half of what we can do is not living up to our duty to taxpayers, to our commitment, to what we've been working on for years now. And so I'm very concerned by really the wasted utilization in this plan.
Mr. Trenum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of, I guess, random thoughts here. But first off, I want to thank everybody that came out and gave us your opinions in your case. I really appreciate that. Boundaries are never fun. I've done a ton of them now. But I do appreciate the fact that the fact that you all came out here shows that you're passionate about your kids and you're passionate about your schools. And that's great. That's wonderful. That's why your schools are so successful. We are not going to make everybody happy tonight. Even if we pass even if the Ralston Williams Jesse, whatever order they're in, even if that plan passes, not everybody's going to be happy. There are still people getting moved, still people that aren't getting what they want. But from my perspective, one of the things I think everybody can take away from here is that even if you are in that group that get moved, you're going to a great school. You're going to a school where people have said, we want to stay. As far as Ms. Jesse and Ms. Ralston and Ms. Williams, part of their job is that in this process, part of their job is to advocate for their constituents. I get that. Like I said, I've been on that same side. The rest of the board members, when we get in these situations, part of our job is to balance that with all the competing requirements and needs that we are trying to do. As far as deferring to members of the community, I can tell you right now, when we did the Yorkshire boundaries, which involved really Yorkshire and Signal Hill, which were both my schools at the time, I was overridden by the rest of the board. When we did the Patriot High School boundaries, the first plan that I proposed to, I was overridden by the board. Ms. Satterwhite didn't get some of what she wanted in the Gainesville district when we did the Haymarket boundaries. Mr. Deutsch has had, the most recently, Wilson, which was in his district, he was overridden by the rest of the board with what he thought the community was. So there's this competing roles here that the board has to apply. So that's what we have to balance, and we are trying to balance the desires of keeping communities together. That's always to me, that's always one of the main properties, is not splitting up communities. Balancing enrollments and using our resources wisely, because that's taxpayer dollars that everybody is contributing. The transportation issues, trying to minimize the negative impacts of that. These are all different competing requirements, and you can't come up with an optimum solution. But I think from my perspective, I can't get to where we're at with the draft one yet. There are aspects about it that I am certainly okay with, but there are aspects about it that I still think we're not using our resources as effectively. As Mr. Deutsch mentioned, our CIP that was just presented forward included a plus up of $143 million. We're basically asking for $143 extra million to reduce trailers, and that's based on the assumption that we were going to get more effective, that we were going to get more relief out of this boundary process. So now, if we want to continue down that plan, then we've got to go back and ask for more, because we didn't do that at this point in time. So, like I said, I'm looking at this at a couple sides. There's the west of, from my perspective, there's the west of 95 side, and there's the east of 95 side. For me, the plan that came out of this school board work session that we had came out, I like the west. I'm comfortable with the west of 95 side on that. There's some things that can go different ways, and in those specific instances and smaller situations, I would tend to defer to the respective board members. And the other thing is with that is specifically with Occoquan stays high, but we have a CIP, we have a fix in the CIP right now that's already there. It's a few years down the road, but it's there. For the east of 95, I would like it if we could do some more relief. If we're going to leave Featherstone higher, I would like to be able to do some more with Maromsco Hills and Potomac View, because those are going to continue to grow. But we have a solution in the CIP that's in there. So I'm closer on that, but for the middle section of that, I really am more comfortable, because with the Rockledge area, that's one of those areas where we're going to continue to see growth. And if it's already full, well, if we're based on our staff projections, we're going to continue to see some growth in there. So.
She's saying it's landlocked.
So anyway, that's where I'm sitting at right now. But
Miss Jessie.
I have a slide. Could you please put that slide up? I have one slide, guys. Don't worry. I just have one. There's been this. I try to do a thorough job at everything. So This is, and I have for all the board members, I think you've seen these, but I have copies. I think you can find these, Ms. Williams, down here and pass them around. This is what happened with the elementary portables. Mr. Trenum said he was really very engaged in looking at portables and that I was not the first to do that, and I agree because I look at what you were able to do with the western end with elementary schools. You started at 62, and I had it up to really 2016, where you dropped to 10. You only had 10. So you did a thorough job. When I came on board, and it wasn't in my district, to be honest with you, I was a principal visiting and went to Marumsco Hills and Potomac View and realized we had 14 trailers and students going to outside bathrooms. We still have that. So when you say I'm not concerned about trailers, I'm very concerned about trailers. And Ms. Williams, I know she wants to speak next. Mr. Trenum, I know you're interested in that BOC. We're both on the BOC. We've been on that BOC for a couple of years now. And we are working to reduce trailers. And we have done this successfully. We can't do everything at once. We're trying to move 16 schools and over 2,000 kids at once. I think we're doing too much. These people are here saying, we support a plan. And it is my district, and I'm committed to my district. Ms. Williams, it is her district, and she's supporting her district. Ms. Ralston is very interesting because it is her district, but she supported the people, those parents at Penn, who weren't necessarily in her district because she's committed to parent involvement. She felt their passion. She listened to them. So the three of us, these three ladies, is our districts. And we're asking you to listen to us because they will hold us accountable. I would no more go into your district and try to tell you what to do in your district. But I do welcome the input. I welcome the input because what I think Mr. Wilkes was concerned about trailers at these schools. I went to Rockledge. There's land to build at Rockledge. If they got rid of the trailers, they say they only need 2. There's enough room for an addition. On the left-hand side of Rockledge, there's a security house there. There's another 17 acres that's up that I've talked to Mrs. Anderson about that we may be able to secure there. So we're not just willy-nilly listening to parents. We're very professional about what we do. I went to Occoquan. We drove, we looked. Occoquan has 5 trailers. I've talked to the principal there, and I think Mrs. Satterwhite has also talked to the principal there. They're saying, we do not have 1 classroom. So if we need to move music inside or something inside to get a new school, we're willing to do it. I was a principal, and I had music on wheels. I've had music on stage. I've had music on carts. I've had everything you could think of. But if you ask me as a principal, if you said to me, Mrs. Jessie, we are willing to give you a certain amount of things, but you're going to have to give up 200 kids to bring music inside, I wouldn't do it. There's no way I would do that. So we're talking about people, we're talking about families here, and I'm asking this board to trust us. I became very, Dr. Lateef, you and I worked together, but my husband and my daughter saw me just fall apart because I became very emotional about all the changes and not, because I took it personally, like, I've come up with a plan. I've come up with a plan. I've worked it. I've done the work. The three of us felt we had an alternative plan because the three of us worked together. We didn't feel we needed another plan. The three of us felt we had done our homework. So I'm asking you guys to support the three people whose districts are affected. Thank you.
Ms. Williams?
As the member who represents the most trailers, there's no plan currently that's going to reduce the enrollment at my schools in any plan for consideration across the board. I need an entirely new school. And my justification, in addition to all of the things that I've already said, to leaving the boundaries the way they are is because Potomac View, Featherstone, Rumsco Hills, these schools have already been reboundaried twice since I've been on the board. I would love to spare them another reboundary, knowing that we have an elementary school in the works, in the CIP, so they don't have to go through it 4 times. Keep it at maybe 3 times. And I'm affected too. And I actually have to live right there, so I see these people all the time. My kids play in the neighborhood and so forth, and so it's like I said, it's a totally different ball game for removing trailers and reducing student populations at a Title I school, which all of my schools are, versus a non-Title I school. It's a huge difference, and it means a lot to my principals and to my students who go to these schools. And my district is different. Once again, you hear me say all the time about our public transportation, because I have a lot of residents that walk to their schools, don't have cars. I see them on my days off. I even told Dr. Cartledge, sometimes I'm holding my breath at Rumsco Plaza watching these families cross Route 1 on foot with their kids. So when I say please leave what I've got going on the way it is until we can put a school and then reboundary and do it smart, let's work smarter, not harder, that's my goal. And as far as trailers, like, I went to Rockledge, I had music in a trailer. So that was like decades ago. Trailers have been here. They're not going to go away completely. I understand the desire to minimize the trailers. Again, I'm on the joint CIP committee for that very reason, in addition to the reason that I think that we should be thinking outside the box and long term. I don't think that it is a good idea to remove all of these students so that we can say, we got rid of some trailers, or all of the trailers. We're reducing trailers in this plan. No, we're not reducing all of them, but we are making an impact. And as far as the Board of County Supervisors goes and the resolution, I missed one meeting. Clearly, that was one of the most important meetings when it comes to this $140 million. But I remember very clearly sitting on the joint CIP committee. I even remember very clearly sitting at the meeting between both boards when it was stated that the $140 million plan was just that. It was a recommendation. It was not something that's going to fix everything, because it's not. That was said by the member on the board who suggested that plan, Supervisor Principe, because he did the most work behind it, who's also in my district. So the justification that I hear from the school board saying, well, if we don't do this, the Board of County Supervisors isn't going to give us money, that's on them and their constituents. If they don't do their due diligence and they don't work with us, we passed resolutions to ensure this would happen. And I know, Mr. Trenum, you also serve on that board. I know Mr. Braun substituted while you were away. But the fact remains, this is not the only means of reducing trailers. The fact remains that there's a big difference between the Occoquan District schools and the Woodbridge District schools, and we have alternatives. I will say it because I keep saying it, and I've said it the whole time I've been on this board, and I'm not ever going to say anything different. It is our duty to do better We are all intelligent human beings. We have the capabilities to think outside the box. I'm going to continue to say that because not thinking outside the box is what got us here to begin with. And our two longest serving members, I hope we will be able to provide more input on thinking outside the box, things you were here originally, and we know what worked then. We know our county is changing. We know things are different. We have Amazon coming. This is not the end-all be-all to reducing trailers, and we should not make it so. And we should not hold ourselves accountable in that manner or fashion because it does a disservice to our students. The goal for us should be to think long-term, work smarter, not harder, trust the people who elected us to be here, and when it comes to making alterations on boundaries, absolutely that's happened on this board. But I don't remember, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if a board member from that district, when a boundary changed, that their plan was completely demolished or not considered. Since I've been on the board, we've made slight alterations, but it hasn't been a member just completely disregarded in their district when their boundary plan was presented. And that's just since I've been sitting here. So again, I'm going to ask for the rest of this board to please consider what we have said, what the community has said, and think of ways outside the box to solve this problem for the longer term, for the good of everyone, so that we don't have these problems again. They were caused by short-sightedness, by not understanding the trends and the way this community is growing. So let's do better and work smarter and think long-term and understand that we're talking, again, about elementary school students, not high school students, not middle school students, but the very foundation and core of your academic career. And I just want to ask you, Mr. Trenum and some of the other members, think about how many times you'd want your kid moved. And why do we keep picking on, from my perspective, when it comes to my district, the people who aren't coming here? They don't have a bus stop outside this building. I'm going to keep saying that until they put one out here. The people who work nights, the people who don't have cars, the single parents, I know because I was one, who have to find daycare or bring their kid with them. There's a lot of things to consider, and I'm just asking you, trust the judgment of the members up here. And if it's the Board of County Supervisors that you're worried about, we have a joint committee to discuss those things, and we are an independent board. And there have been enough reasons and justification to go back to them and say, this is why we did that. And if they have a problem with it, they can most certainly speak to the members up here who are advocating for our plan, because I know that we are willing to stand behind it.
Mr. Trenum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you put Ms. Jesse's slide back up, please? Okay, thanks, Ms. Jesse. So let me explain what happened and how we got there and how that happened. In 2010, we did boundaries for the entire Linton Hall corridor. We moved about 1,600 students at that point. That's how we got to this. There was communities that didn't want to be moved. They wound up being moved, and guess what? They're in great schools. I appreciate what you're saying, Ms. Williams, about not moving schools over and over again. Independence, they went from Ellis, then they went to Piney Branch, and then they went to Chris Young. Finally, I think we've got them some stability. I do appreciate this, and that's why I said, that's why I said with.
Miss Williams, Miss Williams, can you, Mr. Trenum, we'll go to you next.
But, so I said to appreciate. That's why I said there are some parts of this plan that I can get to a yes to. It's just the overall thing that I'm still not quite there. So
I'm sorry.
I said, I'm still talking, please.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We'll go Mr. Trenum, Miss Williams, Miss Jessie.
So if we want to, I'm willing to carry this conversation on if we need to. If you want to go for a vote tonight, we can vote. We'll obviously vote tonight. If we don't get to 5, if we get to 5, then we're done, regardless. If we don't get to 5 and you want to continue this conversation, I'm more than happy to do that. Because there are some people that have some legitimate concerns. Matt Scott posted out that they didn't get a chance to see until last night. So I can appreciate that, but that's all I got.
Okay, real quick. So following parliamentary procedure, debate is supposed to be only limited to 2 turns by speaker for each member for a total of 10 minutes each. So welcome back.
Oh, great.
I think that's up to the chair.
There you go.
Ms. Satterwhite?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate an opportunity to speak. I do want to thank Ms. Jessie and Ms. Williams and Ms. Ralston for bringing up those alternative plans, because a lot of the work that the school board did at our work session was based on the plans that you brought forward. And Mr. Lateef, Dr. Lateef too, it was based on that we moved forward. And those were based on the committee's plans that they worked so hard on. So the committee plans, we knew that people weren't happy with them, and we saw some things that we weren't comfortable with, along with Ms. Jessie. Ms. Jessie and I have talked about this. I wasn't, and granted, this was not something the committee was tasked with, I was not happy with the number of students who were moving. How could we condense that and some of the lines? And that's why I suggested at our last school board meeting to have the work session so that we could discuss this further. And that's something we haven't done before in boundaries. So that's unprecedented. I wanted to see us work on this more. All of us agreed to that work session. And as part of that work session, based on the work that Ms. Jessie, Ms. Ralston, Ms. Williams did, we came up with some things that we were in agreement with. We were all in agreement. We didn't want the Parkway Elementary School to open over capacity. It doesn't make sense to open a new school over capacity. And based on the things that all of us said, every single board member here said, including that plans we were basing it off of, that's what went into school board work session draft 1. It wasn't Dr. Walt's plan. It was owned by each and every one of us up here. Each one of us contributed to school board plan 1. So there's a misconception out there that board members didn't contribute to it, but they did, because we wouldn't have gotten to school board session draft 1 without Ms. Jessie, Ms. Williams, and Ms. Ralston giving us their drafts to look at and to work with. And so I know they've worked very hard. Ms. Jessie and I talked for a long time today, and I know how hard she's worked with driving around her district, and we were talking about the different things that she looked at and considered. The sticking point for me, the thing I'm still concerned with, okay, at Occoquan Elementary School, I'm happy with leaving Occoquan where it is, and we have that in draft 1. We have that in Ms. Jessie, Ms. Williams, Ms. Ralston's draft 1. We have it in the school board session draft 1. And like has been talked about tonight, what we're trying to do is put students in classrooms. That's what we had been tasked with, and not just your schools, but all over the county. And this is something that everybody has been telling us. We need to reduce class sizes. To reduce class sizes, we have to have room to put students. And class size reduction is something I have passionately been working on since I've been on the school board. We have the reputation, based on truth, that we have the largest class sizes in the Commonwealth. And we have been working on that since, I believe, 2015. We asked Dr. Waltz to come up with a class size reduction plan. We've been working on that. It got to a point where some of our school board members said, we can't reduce anymore because we have no space, because all we have are trailers left, which I identify with, because at our high schools now in the western end, we're in the same position. We have no room to reduce class sizes at this time because we have so many trailers and we're so overcrowded. So what we have with the eastern and elementary schools, we have the same thing with our western high schools right now. And we're working really, really hard to get our students into classrooms. And the importance with that is that we want to reduce class sizes. We want our students to have smaller class sizes for physical education. If you have a school that is at or slightly under capacity, your physical education teachers, your music teachers, your art teachers, all of your support services are not going to be overwhelmed. We want our teachers also to be happy with our schools and stay at our schools. We know how much you love your teachers and your staff members and your principals, because you've been telling us that. And we've heard that loud and clear, and we thank you for that. I can't tell you how much it excites me to get a letter from a parent telling me how much they love their school. That's fabulous. And staff members saying how much they love their school and their students. That's exactly what we want to hear. But we want each of our students to have a great experience. We want the students coming behind yours to have that great experience. And that's why we've been adjusting things a little bit. My concern, looking at the Jessie Ralston Williams plan, is Rockledge is, Rockledge is over capacity in that plan. It's 122% over capacity, and that concerns me because that's over program capacity. So that means there are students who are not going to have all the services they need. There are students who are going to be overcrowded in that school. Now, the plan that was suggested by the school board, and I'm getting a little off topic here, but the plan that was suggested by the school board, draft 1, excuse me, it reduces Rockledge, but it reduces it to more under capacity. I think we can do better and get Rockledge at 522 students, which is program capacity. I think we can increase that. We've talked to staff. I know there's something here. If we get to it, we can address that. I'd like to see Rockledge relieved. I'd like to see maybe a grandfathering in so that as we change the plan, it's making it easier on our families that would move to Antietam, so that it would be more future families than families who are currently there. And I think staff might have something to suggest for that. I'm not sure, because we left it, we didn't have specifics yet. But you know, I'm not quite there either on draft one of Ms. Jessie, Ms. Williams, and Ms. Ralston's plan. But what they gave to us was a huge, huge starting point for our school board compromise plan.
I'm sorry.
Keep it short, please.
I will. Occoquan Elementary is a Title I school. Class size, 22 to 1. Third, fourth, fifth grade, 24 to 1. Rockledge is not over capacity in terms of class size. You guys, I'm sorry, but you really, I know you've come up with this plan that you want, and you say it's a board plan. I told my constituents I did not sign off on that plan. You didn't come to me and ask me what I thought about that plan. When you say it's a board plan, it's not a board plan. And my schools are the most affected. Occoquan Elementary does not have class size problems because they can't. Rockledge is not over capacity. You need to talk to the principal and ask her what her teacher pupil ratio is, because I was a principal. You can't receive the money. You have to send in your report by September 30th showing your class size. So you're trying to reduce something that's not there.
Okay, just a point of, who's next? A point of order, just for clarification. The school board work session draft one, what we tried to do with that was make the Lily, Jessie, the Ralston plan the basis for that, to work from that to see if we can incorporate everyone's desires. So in that sense, Ms. Jessie, that's why I think the board members believe that it does include everyone's thoughts, and that came out of the work session, which when I left, in my final statements at the work session, where I was hoping to achieve a plan that would balance everyone's desires and concerns, and that's where the spirit of the school board work session draft one comes from. So that's just for point of clarification. I guess I'm going to,
I haven't done one yet.
Mr. Wilk.
I have a couple questions, and if administration can verify some of this stuff or can give me some answers as best as possible about some things that have come up tonight, about certain things that have been said about different buildings and such. If a building, for example, in an elementary school falls under 500 students or something like that, is there art cut? Is there gifted program cut? Is there music program cut? Is there IT support cut? Can someone please verify? Because I'm hearing a lot of information.
This is a staff question.
From administration, from that standpoint, can someone help me with that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Huebner.
I'll let you start.
So in the variety of schools of a variety of sizes, I have schools that vary all the way from 900 down to 400, and it depends in the situation how the principal is able to staff according to where class sizes fall. So in some cases, in our smaller schools, we do have schools that have a 0.5 for an encore, but another school of the same size is able to maintain a full-time encore teacher. So it varies based on the principal's discretion and the way that they're able to distribute the funds, that the site-based decision-making.
So the answer is that there are Okay, Dr. Waltz.
So I think the real question is, what do the students receive in terms of services regardless of the number of kids in the building? So just because you're in a smaller school doesn't mean you get less art or less music. You don't. You're programmed for the same number of opportunities to get art, to get music, to have a library, that sort of thing. In terms of the gifted program, that is completely a factor of how many students are identified. So even in something like an AP, if there are fewer than 500 kids, you're still given an allocation per child. And so with site-based management, some people use other monies, discretionary monies, and maybe they'll have an administrative intern, or they might have an assistant principal even if it falls below the 600. One of the things that we did, that you actually did as a board, is vote some additional administrative interns for smaller schools. I don't want to start going into what's in the budget, but I can tell you that I'm furthering that for smaller schools next year in terms of providing more administrative support, because that's been a concern that has been raised in small schools.
Mr. Wilk.
A couple other things. There's been a lot of questions about the two particular buildings that are overcrowded, very overcrowded, with the Rockledge and Occoquan, about their usage of the, we'll call them, we haven't heard learning cottages in a while, right? Yes, the learning cottages, the trailers. Can someone give me some verification on, because I'm hearing from people that some building, they actually only have one instructional room out there, and it says on this document that there's more than that. I guess I'm confused as to where this variable is between what some are saying, what others are, what the reality of the truth is here.
Ms. Hebner.
So I can speak to Rockledge. At Rockledge Elementary, we have our ESOL program, some PALS remediation, so some reading follow-up and reading instruction that's in a trailer, as well as it's used for Youth for Tomorrow for some counseling for students. And we have our art and our music are housed in the trailers at Rockledge. There is not an instructional class at this time in Rockledge in one of the trailers. I can't speak to Occoquan.
Okay, so I anticipated we'd struggle here this evening, and I will sort of go very quickly over where I struggle on these things, and I said this publicly a number of times, and this isn't a matter of what I believe, it's a matter of what the board historically has addressed, and what the County Board of Supervisors, and what, when you talk to people around the county, people are, worried about overcrowding. We have the highest classroom sizes region-wide, and so that is a concern of mine, and that's something that I felt like we could address with this program. I don't talk a lot. I try to listen more, and so that's what I've done for the last couple of weeks. I think I would like to consider, so my main concern on this specific plan, Ms. Jessie, is the Rockledge situation. The CIP situation will solve both the Woodbridge situations and the Occoquan Elementary. But the Rockledge is up at 122%, and what I was hoping is that we could find a way to, and I know this won't make the folks here happy, but there's in the school board work session plan, for example, and these numbers may be a little bit off, but at 93% capacity, on your plan it's at 123. Would you consider an amendment to address a few neighborhoods in Rockledge to get us, where I come closer to you, you come closer to me, on reducing sizes? And the reason I believe it's important is when you look 4 or 5 years out, it does get much higher, and we don't have an outlet situation for Rockledge. So I would, before I offer the amendment, I would like to get your thoughts on that.
Could you give me more clarification on that?
Sure. So the amendment I'm going to ask to offer, Mr. Cartledge, can you put up, do you have a slide on it? No. Okay. So I have just some numbers here, and I can hand them out. It's a situation where we address Rockledge and the Parkway Elementary. This plan could be plugged into either the work session plan or to the Lily Jesse plan. We'll call it Jesse plan because I can't say all three names all the time.
Okay, sure will.
So, you know, and I'm not sure what appetite the board has. So, in this plan, if we plug in this sort of addressing the Rockledge situation and trying to get that closer to a better capacity, it would keep Rockledge over 500 students, and it would have them start out somewhere at about 100%, 103%, 100.3, 100.7% capacity, and then going up to about 114 or 108, depending on which plan you look at. 108 on your plan 5 years out, rather than being at 130 or 140 5 years out based on the plans we looked at the work session.
I'm trying to stay with you on this. It's just challenging for me. I had a chance to look at this earlier. Okay, explain it to me again. What are you asking?
So I'm going to move a couple neighborhoods, and so if I plug in the Rockledge situation, I'm going to read this. I want to make sure I read this to you correctly. If you look at the Occoquan Neabsco plan, right at the top of the sheet, that's yours. If we take neighborhoods that are in 1 and 2, move them to Antietam, and so let me see, how can I explain this properly? In the compromise, what I would like to see, let me make sure I get this right here, though, so I don't cause a... Yeah. Mr. Cartledge, can you, help me with this? And the reason I'm asking Dr. Cartledge to come up is because I had asked him yesterday and today to see if there was a way we can find a compromise that addressed, again, my concerns and other board members' concerns, because I am looking for 5 votes. My goal is to get this passed, and so I was looking to see if there was a way we can tweak Miss Jessie's plan. And so that's why I asked him to do this, and I tried to talk to all the members about this, some successfully and some unsuccessfully. Let's hear from Dr. Cartledge.
So in the same fashion or spirit as Ms. Williams' plan, it's a plug-and-play kind of feature. As I mentioned earlier, it can be incorporated into any way that the boundaries are ultimately configured. That's the same for this.
Dr. Cartledge, could you speak up just a little bit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So in the same spirit, this can be plugged into either the work session plan or into the Neabsco Draft 1 that has been motioned earlier this evening and being discussed. So if you look at your handout, number 1 and number 3 are proposed for reassignment from Rockledge to Antietam in the work session plan. In the Neabsco plan, all 3 numbers, 1, 2, and 3, are left to be remaining at Rockledge Elementary. So what this is essentially a compromise to provide some overcrowding relief to Rockledge, but not as much as what the work session plan would do.
Which neighborhoods would be moving to Antietam?
It would be the streets on Colby Drive. So if you're familiar with that area, I know
where Colby is.
Do you know the power lines that intersect Colby Drive? There's a very clear visible break on the landscape as you're going down Colby Drive, just past Paxton Street.
I know Colby.
Okay, so that is where the break is. Those would be proposed for reassignment to Antietam, as well as the Tackett's Mill area. The portion of Colby Drive that is further away from Old Bridge, past the power lines break, that is the portion that is proposed for to stay at Rockledge Elementary. So that would be Orland Street, Drexel Street, Bristol Center, Circle, Those are the features of this proposal.
Okay, and one, Colby Drive, I see Colby Drive. And Colby Drive would remain at
It would go to
Rockland.
Antietam.
This would mean that,
Or no, it would, be clear, no, it
Colby
would stay at Rockledge
Colby Drive is a street
in the Occoquan plan.
that would be divided between Antietam and Rockledge Elementary. Driving down Colby Drive off of Old Bridge Road, you'll eventually hit the power lines that break that into essentially two visible sections.
are the blue sections remaining at, the blue sections are going to Antietam?
Correct, from Rockledge. The
But
portion,
that would mean that Colby Drive, those people would have to drive 30 or 40 minutes to get their kids. They would have to drive down Old Bridge Road in the middle of traffic. I know, Dr. Lateef, you're concerned about Rockledge, about just numerically. But there's land there. I don't have anyone, facilities, may I have somebody from facilities up? I was at Rockledge on Saturday. There are 5 trailers. They have 1 classroom outside. They have programs that can move inside. They say they probably would need only 1 or 2 trailers next year. So I'm asking you, in the next couple of years, could you not, I understand your concern, Dr. Lateef. I'm just asking you if in the next couple of years you could look at and I should have brought the photo tonight. There's enough room behind Rockledge to create an addition. And the other question I have is the property that Mrs. Andrews talks about, which
Okay,
is
so-
right next door. I'm just asking if there's an alternative that you could consider rather than asking these people to drive all the way from Tackett's. I live there, and I've lived in Antietam, and I know what that road is like. And we're asking parents to drive just to reduce.
Okay, so.
Yes, sir. Could you
try
please?
to answer your question? So the concrete fire lane access road that surrounds Rockledge already surrounds a quite extensive addition that we put in the school several years ago. I want to say about 5 or 6 years ago. Not exactly. 2009. So the concrete access road that surrounds that building at the fire lane access road, more or less, we've created a landlocked school. But it also, we've maxed out, we feel like anyway, the core facility uses of the building, cafeteria, library. There's a state guideline for recommended square footage per student for cafeterias, libraries, parking spaces. Rockledge is certainly one that's expressed a lot of concern about parking, lack of. So, in my opinion, the land is maxed out. There is land there.
What about the 17 acres next door?
So let me go to Ms. Williams has been having her hand up for a while.
Okay, so if I'm reading this plan correctly, the percentage for Rockledge never really dips under 100, even with this adjustment. It still rests at the at the minimum, it's 100 and
100.3 and then gets to
0.7.
100 point.
Right, it goes all the way from,
here, no, you're
okay,
right.
oh,
This is
sorry,
the
so
lowest plan.
100.3. No,
That's
I'm
if-
looking at the compromise plan.
That's,
Um,
so if, you-
Right, at the bottom, correct?
no, that's if we added this to the work
Right, this is
session
your-
plan. You're adding it to your plan. This is what it looks like if you
This is the
addend
amendment right here?
to Miss Jessie's plan.
Okay, so
So you're at
again,
106.
my question still remains the same. Knowing that it doesn't dip under 100%, knowing that it is a landlocked community, knowing that we are continuing to grow as a county, my question for this amendment and for the board to consider is there not a smarter way to get it done over the long haul? I mean, I remember being I don't know, I've just lived here forever, it seems like. So I remember being a student and having to move music outside in a trailer because there wasn't enough space in the building. And then when my son was there, I remember him not being able to play outside because they added a smaller playground for the under K3. I know that there's land on both sides and there's limited parking, but I'm thinking to myself, is there a reason why we could not consider further down the road, because it seems like inevitably we're going to need more space, period, looking at alternative ways to reduce the population of Rockledge by adding on or something of the nature, maybe when we do the replacement for Occoquan, looking at boundaries at that point in time, because it seems like this problem is not going to be easily solved. I mean, to me, when I look at this, I see the same thing as my district. You can change boundaries and it does make a short-term impact, but our growth is going to continue. So the addition of having another elementary school kind of evens it out a little bit. So I'm wondering if that would be a possibility for the board to consider later down the road. It doesn't look like it's an immediate need with this compromise plan, but if that's a smarter way of going about a permanent fix for our students versus, to me, this seems like a short-term temporary fix. And if I'm wrong, just let me know. But I'm looking at this not going under 100% capacity.
So currently, we don't have a plan to do anything with Rockledge as far as building or anything in the CIP. So
Yes, sir, yes, we do.
Rockledge?
For Rockledge, there's property that I've talked to Mrs. Anderson about next door that we can consider purchasing. There's 17 acres, I'm sorry. Sorry, I know we shouldn't I'm sorry, Mary, but there is some property that we can look at.
Just a point of order. There needs to be a statement made as to what the proposed amendment is.
So I'm gonna offer an amendment to I would like to address, and I'll call it the Rockledge Elementary School Compromise, where we will add this to the Lily Jesse Ralston plan. So I motion to add this plan that we're talking about, which will address the overcapacity at Rockledge. And so I'd like to offer that, so I need a second. That's my first.
I'll second.
Any further discussion on it? Now, this is a vote to add this to the Ralston Jesse plan, the Lily Jesse Ralston plan.
Mr. Chairman, is this a motion to substitute?
No.
Are you substituting
No.
this for the
Oh.
existing provision in the NEABSCO plan relative to Rockledge, or is this just an addition?
Well, so it's a substitute for what we're currently doing with Rockledge in the NEABSCO plan. And the NEABSCO plan for everyone is the Jesse plan.
It's an amendment to the draft one. It's not a substitute motion, it's an amendment to the draft one.
I know, but it's an amendment that substitutes one provision for another, correct?
Yeah, what Ms. McGowan, just for clarification, is pointing out that this would replace what we're doing with Rockledge. And the way this is written up is that it's sort of a plug and play. We can adopt this type of Rockledge compromise in the plan And so I have a second on it, and we can have a discussion. And then we can call a vote to see if we want to add this to the plan. And members can feel free to vote as they wish on that. And then if we pass it, it becomes part of the Jesse plan, where we are now going to make Rockledge at 100% capacity.
We just need to refine the wording.
Yeah. Dr. Carlich?
Yes, just to reiterate, the two plug-and-play options
Yeah.
would be the Woodbridge District. That needs to be added as a provision to the NEABSCO Draft 1 plan. It's your plan. Okay.
No, and
No,
so
I'm sorry. I
Claire-
thought that's what we had cleared up earlier, was that
It
was
was
part
never-
of the draft plan?
It was never added as a provision, but I might be mistaken.
It's part of that draft, so it's not part of the draft plan, even though I asked for clarification to ensure that we were all, so the Williams-Jesse Ralston plan
Just for
is not
clarification.
NEABSCO plan that we have motioned and has been seconded. It is a separate plan from what we thought we were voting on, because that was the confusion. That's why I asked for the clarification earlier. Because if it's the Williams-Jesse Ralston Draft 1 plan, that's what I thought we clarified, because
That's what we're
everybody was up
that's what
here.
we're
So you're saying it's
clarifying right
not?
now. That's what we're clarifying right now. To get your intent forward, the NEABSCO Draft 1 needs to be the base plan. The Ms. Williams' plan needs to be the provision for the Woodbridge District. As we were discussing here, the provision for Rockledge and Antietam needs to be the second provision in order to carry this through.
Okay, so, Lord Jesus. Okay, so here's my issue with this, and this is why we're having problems up here on as the board, is we're not even clear about what we're voting on, and we're not even getting clear answers when we're asked what exactly it is that we're voting on. Because the point was, when I made that question, I'm sorry, I'm upset. The reason why I asked that question is because I could hear my fellow members going, what, huh, I don't understand, what are we voting on? So that's why I very specifically asked if that was part of the plan or not. So what you're telling me is that there's a motion on the floor that is different from what several of us believe we are voting on, which is not a good thing, especially when we asked several times before we made the motion. So
I'm going to agree with Ms. Williams on this.
Okay.
Somebody
so-
better play the lottery with that. This is why
5 minutes.
we need, when we ask questions, even amongst
So,
ourselves, we gotta
okay,
get
Ms.
this
Williams,
straight.
thank you. What we're going to do is we're going to take 5 minutes to, I'm going to sit with Division Council on this just to make sure where we're at on specifics so we can have the wording right. So everyone take 5.
May I
We
make,
have a motion on the floor.
may I make a
Well,
comment?
we can
May I
address
make a-
that motion to clarify the
Okay.
motion. That's what I'm
Dr.
asking.
Lateef, may I make a comment?
Yes.
This is just too much for
almost midnight.
us. You and Dr. Waltz, and you have come up with an entire plan with graphics.
Why are we maligning Dr. Waltz?
No, I'm not maligning Dr. Waltz. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, you sent an email earlier accusing him, now you're accusing him again.
Okay, listen, I'm gonna close discussion
It's
here on
his
this.
staff.
Let me, can I have order in the room, please? We're really trying to do this in the most civil way. I'll ask the security to escort anyone out who's out of order, please. At this point, Ms. Jessie, as I stated earlier, I've tried to offer this discussion over a number of days. And so as I bring this up, this is just an amendment to your plan. We're going to take 5 to clarify where we are on the motions. Dr. Cartledge, Ms. McGowan, I'd like to see you right up here and just make sure what we're voting on correctly, okay? If we need to fix something, that right, I'm going to try to write it up. Yeah. Okay. Listen, I truly appreciate everyone's patience. As you heard earlier, this is a massive undertaking at 16 schools. This has not been easy, and this is still not going to be easy. And so I forgive me for any miscues that I have committed this evening, and I truly apologize for that, but I want to get this right, and time is, you know, we have time. So we're just going to be here late, but we have time. So the first thing I'm going to ask Mr. Deutsch, I'm going to ask your permission, Mr. Deutsch, to rescind my amendment on the Rockledge motion.
Sure.
Okay, that is taken care of. So that is now off the table. What we're going to do now is, because everyone on the dais assumed we were voting on the, as the public calls it, the Jesse Ralston Williams plan, we really weren't, because we have to plug in the Williams portion to the Jesse Ralston plan. So what I'm going to do now is I move that the, yeah, I'm going to make an amendment to what's on the floor right now. First motion. I move, and again, this, for everyone to be clear, we're going to just, this is very procedural. This is just to plug in the Williams motion into the Jesse Ralston motion. So I move, and the names are as they are, as you see on the computer. I move the Prince William County School Board amend the main motion to adopt Neabsco District Draft 1 to add the Woodbridge Magisterial District Draft 1 plan, which will create the, quote, Jesse Williams Ralston plan.
I second.
Okay, and I have a second from Williams. I'm the first. We have a second from Williams. We have a discussion. Everyone understands what we're doing here. We're just getting it straight, and then we're going to vote on this. So this is to Mr. Trenum, of course.
Always. Are we going to further amend that?
Wait.
Okay.
We're going to clean this. We're going to get
Got
this clean. We got a clean motion on the floor.
Just wanted to.
And if you can
Get the order
please,
straight.
Ms. Urban, if you're still awake back there.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes.
We're leaving off and permitting rising fifth grade students to.
No, yeah. Don't talk about that. This is just what, this is only what I said, please. This is, we're going to get there, but this is going to, yeah.
Okay.
One step at a time.
And my heart almost just exploded a little bit right there.
At some point, should we all do that now while we're waiting? No? Okay.
Gotta finish typing it in.
Okay, got it.
So this isn't actually our longest school board meeting yet.
Would you like me to put it up for a vote now?
Oh, absolutely.
Wait, no, because you're gonna,
No, we're voting on cleaning the motion.
right, she wants to, if you wanted to hit the button to make us vote on it now.
Yeah, do it,
No,
vote.
because aren't you amending this?
No, we have to clean this first. We have to do this, yes, then we're going to amend it with the rock list. Vote yes. Vote yes. This is getting your plan with. If you're at home watching, thank you. And if you're here watching, obviously, thank you.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Okay, next, we're gonna, I'm gonna move. Okay. I move that the Prince William County School Board further amend the main motion to adopt the Neabsco District Draft 1, the Jesse Williams Ralston Plan, to add the modified Occoquan Neabsco Districts Draft 1, Woodbridge District Draft 1, and allow rising 4th and 5th graders from the reassigned Rockledge attendance area and siblings to remain at Rockledge, providing their own transportation. I need a second. Ms. Ralston.
I second.
I have a second from Ms. Ralston. Any discussion?
Point of
Mr.
order. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll go to
Mr.
Deutsch first.
Sorry.
Please.
Yeah, Deutsch.
So this motion sounds like a final motion. Are there any other waivers or something we're talking
No.
about adding? Or are you
This
amending
is
to
a
add
motion,
first
this is a
waiver?
motion to add to the main motion. Once we've added it, we're gonna vote on the whole thing. That's the end.
Are there any other waivers or anything else? that
If you want to add anything, but I'm
No,
gonna
I-
go
Okay,
to,
but this is
we are
just an
not
amendment.
encouraging you to
It's
do
just an
that.
amendment, this is not the final motion.
Just
Because
quick.
it's stated as a final motion.
First I'll go to Ms. Williams.
Okay.
Quick.
So I know I'm not a super Robert's Rule of Order expert, but maybe someone can help me understand, because what I think just happened is we just all voted unanimously on the Williams-Jesse Ralston Draft 1 plan, period.
No.
That's what, did,
No.
I'm sorry, hold on. Maybe Mary can, Mary? We just had a motion that said, with no amendment to the motion that was on the floor, we did a single vote on a single motion on a single plan that passed unanimously with no amendment prior to taking the vote, which means that that vote stands alone. I'm not saying that we cannot make an adjustment to it, and I understand the spirit of what it was,
an amendment
but
to
it
add your
does
plan to the
differ.
plan.
Ms. Williams,
Hold on, let me finish, and then please answer to correct me if I'm wrong. I would like to understand, somebody please explain to me how, when we made a motion, we voted on the motion. The total was unanimous, regardless of the total. The motion passed, because that's what Debbie announced. The final resolution, it says on the screen, was unanimous. In prior votes, when an amendment was made, it was made while the main motion was currently on the floor. Now, that is not what just happened. What just happened was we made a motion to amend, what? The main motion.
So let me again make it clear what we just.
That's what I'm asking.
Can I will answer that, guys. Let me have some order, please. I'm gonna answer this. And I made it clear before we voted. We added the Williams plan to the Jesse Ralston plan. That's all we voted on. We have now, the main motion has become the Jesse Ralston Williams plan. That is now the motion on the floor. Now, we haven't voted to approve that motion. We approved your section to be added. Everyone voted yes on that, because that's what we all thought we had on the floor originally. This is clean.
making sure.
That's what we voted on. Now what we're doing is, I'm moving to further amend the motion. Now we have the clean motion that we all thought we had at the very beginning, right? So now we're further amending that motion to adopt the Neabsco District Draft 1. If everyone listens, please, can I have order on the dais, please? No discussions. Adopt the Neabsco District Draft 1, which is now the Jesse Williams Ralston plan, to add the modified Occoquan Neabsco Districts Draft 1, which is the Rockledge Compromise, and Woodbridge District Draft 1, and to allow rising 4th and 5th graders from the reassigned Rockledge attendance area and siblings to remain at Rockledge, providing their own transportation. We are motioning that this be added to the main motion. And so we're going to vote to decide whether we're going to add this to the main motion. And I have a second yet? No? Ralston seconded. So this will be added to the main motion. Once this is added, if approved, then we vote on the entire thing. And the entire thing will be essentially the Jesse Ralston Williams plan with the Rockledge Compromise. That vote will determine what the boundaries are.
Thank you.
Dr. Waltz.
So you've made a unique and specific exception for both 4th and 5th graders for this Rockledge change. Do you want, since you're getting ready to vote on the whole thing after one more vote, if someone's going to propose allowing fifth graders in all other affected schools,
We should add that in here now.
yes.
So I think that was originally what we talked about last week. We should thank you, Dr. Waltz, for clarifying that. So in this motion.
I have that additional language.
Excellent, Ms. McGowan. So let's do that. So that, to clarify that will be all fifth graders who are rising fifth graders can stay at their school if they so choose. They must provide transportation. And that's historically always been done on boundary changes. So that's not anything different, but we do have to clarify that with language. Mary, do you need 3 minutes to 5, 4, 2 minutes?
60 seconds.
Debbie, okay, we'll give you a couple minutes to do that, guys. So you may stand at ease. Okay, guys, I'm going to restate the motion, and then I'm going to need a second on this, Ms. Ralston. I move the Prince William County School Board further amend the main motion to adopt Neabsco District Draft 1, Jesse Williams Ralston Plan, to add the modified Occoquan Neabsco Districts Draft 1 and Woodbridge District Draft 1, and to allow rising 4th and 5th graders from the reassigned Rockledge attendance area and siblings to remain at Rockledge, providing their own transportation, and further, to allow all rising 5th graders affected by the boundaries changes to remain at their current elementary school providing their own transportation. Period, stop.
I second.
Second from Ms. Ralston. Ms. McGowan, do I need to walk this over to you?
No, she's got it.
Got it. At ease. Well, I mean, okay, Mr. Trenum?
I was wondering if I could ask our staff if they have any kind of swag as what this combined thing does with the trailers.
Mine says there's an error.
Okay, it just is. Okay, great. So is this clean? Okay. This good, Ms. McGowan? Okay, so you can scroll down to see the whole thing, guys, if you need to. So that's
Vote is
unanimous.
8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Thank you. Now what we have on the floor is the to keep it like we've been talking about all night, the Jesse Williams Ralston plan with the, we'll call it the Rockledge Compromise, and the addressing of the 4th and 5th graders as the main motion. If we vote on this now, or so this is the current motion on the floor. So if we vote on this now, this will end up being the boundaries as discussed all evening. Now, I will open the floor up, and you guys got, we can have a discussion. If you don't want to discuss it, I'm ready to call the vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Deutsch, I'm going to give everyone one shot because I don't want to be accused, because I've got a lot of accusations from folks all evening of anything else. Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you. Really quickly, can we bring up the trailer slide we had earlier?
Is there somebody who can put up that slide? Listen, folks, I try to do and respect everybody in the process, whether it's the 60 people that came and talked tonight or it's our board members. So if we can all give due respect to everyone, yes, we're going to be here a long time.
All right. I want to make one point briefly. I think this plan probably passes, but we had a discussion about Eastern and Western elementary school trailers, and this has been an issue that keeps getting raised every budget season, as if it's an issue of disparity. We've had discrimination raised, et cetera, related to this topic. Since 2016, we've been working on significantly reducing Eastern elementary school trailers. If you see from 118 down to 87 is about a 31 trailer drop. We have the possibility, it's probably not going to happen, but the possibility now of equalizing these two numbers out. If we were to get rid of either the 61 trailers in the original staff plan, the 54 in the boundary committee plans, you could get to just about equalizing these numbers. The issue of elementary school trailers on both ends of the county that has been an issue for a while.
I let you speak. I let him speak. I let everyone speak.
All right.
Continue, Mr. Deutsch.
The issue of trailers on both ends of the county could be solved tonight, and we've had work for 3 or 4 years to go ahead and do that. By choosing not to and choosing to only get rid of about 34, I believe is the number on this current map, the board is choosing to go ahead and keep that disparity in place. So I just want to make that clear before we have this vote.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Any further discussion? Please vote.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. Deutsch, motion passed.
Now they get to go home, but we have to stay.
We will go next to Finance and Support Services, 1901. Are we voting? Is this?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Mallard, please, 1901, proposed rezoning, 14, whatever, Long Forest. Do you want? 1901, sir.
So we're just requesting that the board approve these two items.
Okay. Do you have a motion on the floor?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Deutsch.
I move that we approve that Prince William County School Board approve the development impact statement for the reserve at Long Forest rezoning that states the school board is opposed to any rezoning application that causes student enrollment either division-wide by school level or by student enrollment at any affected school to exceed 100% capacity.
Mr.
I'll
Chairman.
second.
Second by Ms. Jessie. Please vote.
I want out.
We can bump everything to, we can bump everything to one meeting.
While we're waiting for that vote total, Mr. Mallard, please take us through 1902. What is that? That's rezoning again, Brady's Hill.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion
Okay.
passed.
We're going to move to 1902. Do I have a motion on the floor?
Mr. Chairman,
Or an action? Yes.
I move that the Prince William County School Board approve the development impact statement for the Brady's Hill rezoning that states the school board is opposed to any rezoning application that causes student enrollment either division-wide, by school level, or by a student enrollment at any affected school to exceed 100% of capacity.
Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Ralston,
I second.
discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Deutsch.
Two things real quick. Brady's Hill is a unique property because we're dealing with a new multifamily house style that's being pushed through by a bunch of developers. We have, the developers here are trying to be very creative in what fits into a multifamily unit, and that ends up reducing what the student generation rates that would be happening if they were going by townhomes. And we make a point of pointing out what that differential is in terms of students. And I think that's an important point for the Board of County Supervisors to note as they look at this project. And I appreciate staff making a point of pointing this out. Second, I just can't help but point out the irony that in these development impact statements, we say that we're opposed to schools where student enrollment exceeds 100% capacity.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. Any further discussion?
No.
Please vote.
You're not going to do your time. I'm talking to the superintendent. You're not going to do it, are you?
Superintendent's time. Dr. Waltz.
Thank you.
The vote is 8 yes, unanimous, motion passed.
Due to the lateness of the hour, I will defer my time. I would also ask if the chair would consider having the administration remove 21.01 and defer till the next next meeting. In addition, 21.02 to the next meeting and 21.04 to the next meeting. Are you okay with that?
I am okay
And
with.
2103 to the next meeting.
Sure. All right, is this,
You can do it without objection.
Can I remove 21, 1, 2, 3, 4 without objection, so we can, 5 would be great. Well, I'll leave it. I see no objection, I'm gonna remove it.
I can move it. We can wait.
There's no objection, thank you, Ms. Jessie. And then, board matters. Does anybody have anything to say? I do. Okay, so let's go, we'll start with, you know what, I'm gonna start with Gil Trenum. We're gonna start in the middle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I didn't expect to be saying this at close to 12:30, but anyway, we'll go. So in making the decision to run for elected office, it's important for a person to take stock of where they are, where they want to go, and what their motivation is for running. 12 years ago, when I first ran for the Brentsville seat, the overwhelming concern residents had regarding the school division was overcrowding. Brentsville schools were packed to the gills and overflowing at all levels, high school, middle school, and elementary school. I wanted to give the community a larger voice in the decisions that affect their children, and with children enrolled in elementary, middle, and high school, I brought a parent perspective to the school board, especially the frustrations that many parents have in dealing with the bureaucracy of the school division. Because whether we want to admit it or not, we are a government bureaucracy with all the same foibles and flaws of our larger state and federal counterparts. 12 years later, we have practically eliminated overcrowding in the Brentsville district at the elementary school level, with 4 new elementary schools and 2 replacements, including the Nokesville School, which also added over 300 middle school seats. Reagan Middle, Patriot, and Colgan added much-needed capacity at the middle and high schools, and plans are in place that will bring overcrowding at those levels under control in just a few years. I have worked hard over the years to improve transparency and involve parents and the community in school decisions, in our budgeting processes, in textbook adoptions, and school boundary decisions, to name just a few. And I've tried to help parents navigate the bureaucracy and advocate for their children when they felt the system was stacked against them. For the past 12 years, I've also worked to be an advocate for our teachers and staff, especially our school-based staff. I've always felt that one of the most challenging tasks for a public official, whether they are elected, appointed, or hired, is to recognize when their time for service should end. We often extol the value of experience and the importance of stability, especially when talking about ourselves. But too much stability can lead to stagnation. We must recognize the value of fresh ideas and new blood. Brentsville needs a representative with kids in the system, someone who shares the school experience with their constituents, someone who can ensure the school division stays current on the issues and problems that the students, parents, and staff are dealing with in today's world. 4 years ago, I promised my wife, Michelle, that this would be my last time running for election to the school board. It was an easy promise to make because I knew she really wouldn't hold me to it. Last year, my youngest son, Walker, graduated from Brentsville District High School and is a student at Virginia Tech. Cody is a second lieutenant in the Marine Corps and pursuing a career. Now that my kids have graduated and I find that I've aged out of the school-age parenting experience, it is obvious keeping that promise is the correct decision to make. That's why I'm announcing tonight that I will not be running for re-election. It has been my great honor to represent the citizens of Brentsville for over a decade. I look forward to finishing this year and welcoming my new school board representative next January. And before you all start doing your happy dance, just remember there's a lot of 2019 to go.
Well, that was well worth the wait. Thank you, Mr. Trenum. We'll yeah, I think I'll stand up for that.
How about
Ms. Satterwhite, we'll go to you next. How about that?
I have to follow that. Mr. Trenum, thank you for your 11, will be 12 years of service to the school board. It's greatly appreciated. We got to know each other through your school board service because I was on the other side over there, and you listened to us, and thank you. And you will be missed. You have done a tremendous job representing the Brentsville district, and thank you so much. I don't have anything further to say tonight. We've had a long night. I will defer to fellow board members.
Ms. Ralston? Mr. Wilk? Oh, well, I go to Mr. Deutsch.
I'll pass.
Ms. Jessie? Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to also say, Gil, I know you'll be missed by your district. I'm so glad you decided to wait till the end of your term because it wouldn't be budget season without you. It's my most bonding moment with you. And in addition to that, I know it's after 12:30, but I did wear my blue tonight to basically to say Happy Founders Day to the ladies of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, their 99th anniversary, and I bring that up just as a reminder that community organizations are vital and integral to our school network. And with that, I'll leave it.
Mr. Wilk?
Thanks, Gil, for your leadership.
Mr. Trenum, thank you so much. You know,
Did Ms. Jessie pass?
yeah, she does. Yeah. You know, getting on this board, you know, appointed, I required a lot of orienting and discussions. I truly appreciate all of your discussions, phone calls, you picking up the phone, your meeting me, and I truly appreciate it. You are a good public servant, and you've served your community very well, and you've served this board very well. And so I can't thank you enough. And, you know, just the few months I've had a chance to work with you, I truly do appreciate it. And so I congratulate you on your new decision. Wow, that's a great decision. And then, yes, there could be some jealousy there. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you all.